Hello and welcome to the fourth of the Storytellers live streams. So this is, I decided that for 1 week across the Storytellers Festival, that I would stream one game a day from either my own studio or the host studio, 2.5 studios. And we are on our fourth, the In-Between, which is one of mine. This is my flagship game. Flagship. You can't see me doing finger quotes, but I am. We kickstarted this game a couple of years ago now. It is a bit delayed, but we're working very hard on it, and depending on how we go today, you'll get to see what we've been working on. So today I'm going to be playing the beta release of the In-Between. Our original demo covers the first 16,000 words of the story, and that story is now at about 100,000 words. There's 9 chapters in the common route. So let's see how far we can actually get through in about the 3.5 hour-ish time that I have been doing for these streams. Because this is a beta, once we get past the demo, there will be things that are a little bit rough. We might encounter errors. Most CGs will be sketches. This is the build that we ask and beg people not to stream because it is not complete. So before we go any further, this is not the best way to actually see the game, but I really wanted to share what we're actually working on, because otherwise the only way that people have been getting to see is by supporting us on Patreon, and people's support on Patreon has, like, it means the world to me, as it enables me to keep being a full-time dev, to pay my daily bills, as well as pay for everything that goes into being a developer. The Kickstarter pays for the game itself, but everything else is still requiring a regular income. So everyone who supports me on Patreon gets an amazing look into behind the scenes, extra art. They get to see high quality CGs and backgrounds and betas. So I really wanted to share that with everyone on my stream today. Storytellers has now started. I do not have a link for that in the description box below, but I will add that. Another thing to note is that our demo is fully voice acted, so we will be playing it with voice acting on today, but at some point that will stop because we didn't get funding for it, unfortunately. So I really wanted to still include that voice acting in this playthrough because I love our cast so much, and I so wish that I could have continued with them. But there'll be a lot of changes coming up to, and a lot of announcements for the game that will be announced on our Twitter, our Discord. So all of our information, where to find us and join things, is in the description box below. So please consider checking us out. Okay. So, what even is the In-Between though, right? Like, I babble on about making a game, but what is that game? "17 years ago, a boy met a monster. The In-Between is a BL modern fantasy visual novel following Mike O'Reilly and his lifelong search to recover his missing memories after an accident as a child left him in the care of his aunt, with no recollection of who he was or what happened to his family. A barista at a family cafe, business degree graduate and mythology nerd, Micah's journey to recover his identity leads him down an unknown and mystical path, revealing a world he never could have imagined existed. One phone call and his life will change forever. The doors to the Magnus Inn are open. Let's begin.
Dearest Micah, do you believe in ghosts? In spirits? In demons? I do. There's a world right on the edge of your consciousness. But not everyone can see it. Those of us with the sight have a duty to protect, to maintain. I deeply apologize for what I must do, my son. I love you. Edwin Riley. P.S. Happy birthday, Micah. How I wish I could be spending it with you.
I absolutely adore listening to Neth's voice. He voices the narrator and it's just such a rich, deep voice. Absolutely fantastic. A world away from ghosts, from demons and spirits, was a young man named Mike O'Reilly. At 24 years old, he'd just graduated from the Dynasty Institute, a highly competitive and prestigious university with a bachelor's in business. It wasn't his first choice, possibly not even his second, but his uncle was the dean of the university and his aunt was one of the lecturers, so it's what was expected of him. However, he was able to take some summer classes in art on the condition that he could also hold down a part-time job. He chose a local cafe, cozy but chic. He instantly fell in love with the place. He used to visit this place almost every day when he started university. The atmosphere helped him think. Mary ran the business side of things, but was also a skilled barista, teaching him how to do latte art, which he got pretty damn good at, thank you very much. Chef Thomas taught him how to cook and prepare the menu items. He was also the one who encouraged him to enroll in the art course, both he and Mary enthusiastically offering to hire him. A husband and wife duo and incredible people. Today, though, he had been given the day off. A rare occurrence for the ever-conscientious Micah. University was finally done, and his roommate, Leonardo Addy, was moving out of the apartment they rented together. The building was nothing special, just a regular apartment you could find anywhere. What made it so appealing was the rent discount that a student could get in the place thanks to the university. Otherwise, Micah was sure they would have ended up in a shoebox of an apartment. Leon, as Micah called him, was moving out with his was moving to work with his father across town. It wasn't far from the apartment by any means, but this building didn't have parking, and he was starting a new venture in real estate. He needed somewhere he could keep a car. So he was reluctantly moving. Still, he threatened time and time again that he would visit as much as humanly possible. Micah and Leon had known each other since they were kids in kindergarten, but it wasn't until they coincidentally ended up living together that they actually became friends. They attended the same school throughout the years, but were in different classes. They knew each other's faces, but not really who they were. You know how it goes. Somehow it was already moving day for Leon. The lounge room was slowly filling up with boxes. Micah was still shocked by how much stuff one guy could accrue in 4 years. Serious shopping addiction.
Leon! You ready yet? It'll be dark by the time you manage to tape these up.
He was seriously procrastinating, as per usual.
Alright, I'm going as fast as I can. Tisk tisk. Moving on your best friend's birthday and taking your sweet time doing it? Typical.
Today was November 15th, which just so happened to be Micah's 24th birthday. He wasn't actually upset Leon was moving today of all days. Not really. It wasn't something he'd ever particularly celebrated after all. He did, however, really enjoy tormenting Leon about it, who was, as it turns out, quite upset about the date. Micah tousled Leon's hair as he walked out with the final box. Surprisingly, he was going straight to work once the movers took all the boxes, so he was already dressed in his new suit. I have now rescued Leon from his brown suit. I decided that he just looked a little too uncomfortable going through the whole story in a brown business suit. So he's got something a little more comfortable now. Mike has also got a new outfit that was designed by one of our Kickstarter backers, and it looks pretty cool as well. Very, very different styles. It was quite a sight. A young suited man carrying out boxes that were definitely too heavy for him while trying to pretend he wasn't on the verge of crying about the whole situation.
I didn't pick the moving day. You know how sorry I am. I would much rather stay and celebrate with you. My old man was determined that I had to start today.
He looked so sad that Micah actually felt a little bit bad for him. He didn't want him to go either, of course. They had fun living together. But it wasn't like they would stop being friends just because they didn't anymore.
Alright, no need to cry.
He totally, undoubtedly was. They spent the rest of the morning sealing boxes and moving them to the front. Moving them to the front door ready for the movers. It was hard work, considering how many boxes he'd managed to fill.
Catch you later, man. Come by the cafe when you're free next.
I wonder when that'll be. Dad's got me booked solid for a month.
Don't worry, there's no rush. Anyway, that sounds pretty rough. Good luck.
Thanks. I think I'm gonna need it.
As Leon leaves mid-morning, Micah sighs. At least he gets out of celebrating his birthday this year. I really like this phone system. This is something I'd really like to do more with. So... So right now, I'd like to be able to add some little Easter eggs and stuff like that, so you can actually see more of Micah's life simulated. Go to fix that phone symbol that says map. Whoa, whoopsies. You'll always find something new that you thought you'd already dealt with when you come back to things, especially when you're playing it like live. There's always going to be something that you find and you go, wait a minute, what's that? And why am I only now seeing it? You look at something so much that it starts to just, all the colors just become one. So I'd like to be able to have each of these kind of things kind of do something. Camera is not email. I didn't make this. There is something very wrong with this. So if you were to click on gallery, you'd see some of our promotional images and other assorted things. Music would lead you to like in a different version of the music player. I'd like to do kind of like a fake text history. Make the phone actually come alive a little bit. That is also not a clock. What is wrong with this? I could have sworn that I had changed all these. I remember fixing this. Did I say happy birthday? Happy birthday! This bit is something that we've gotten a lot of comments on as being too slow and you can't skip through it, which just something that is on my list of things to see what I can do about, because it also annoys me in testing. It's always getting stuck at the phone. Yes, you said happy birthday already. Now get to work. Don't want to get fired on your first day. Such an idiot. / affectionate. Leon was only slightly younger, but sometimes he acted like a lost kid. Any excuse to text or call and he'd take it. Like an endearing... It was endearing, if not a little tiresome on occasion. Still, it made Micah smile as he locked his phone, slumping down on the couch. Whoa. My scroll wheel is driving me insane. Wow, that went back. My scroll wheel is driving me insane. I'll see, and now it's gone and done this, and now I'm trapped. My scroll wheel will be super sensitive with something like this, of like you even just like look at it funny and it'll scroll back to something that you've already done. But when I actually want to make it scrolls in the wrong direction, or it doesn't scroll at all. It is driving me insane. There we go. Still, it made Micah smile as he locked his phone. He slumped down on the couch. Moving was seriously exhausting, and it wasn't even him who moved. Maybe he'll take a nap. A sudden roar of thunder and a flash through the sky woke Micah with a start. It was dark. The room was nearly pitch black. From the storm? Or had he slept all day? He rubbed his eyes. He'd been getting some killer headaches lately, and his sleeping pattern was all over the place. With a yawn, he lifted his phone to check the time as he reached over to... okay. As he reached over to turn on the lamp beside him, squinting as a sudden brightness hit his tired eyes. Oh man. He sighed. Slept the whole day. He'd catch up with on the messages later, he decided. Micah rubbed his forehead again, trying to calm the headache. He had been having a dream. It seemed so real, but now he couldn't even remember what it was. It was right on the cusp of his mind, but out of reach. His family didn't really celebrate birthdays, but he did have one tradition. Every birthday, it would rain, without fail. He would sit by a window, listening to his favorite music and sketch. He loved the rain. It was melancholic. One of his earliest memories was playing in the rain with his someone. What was that again? He frowned. He couldn't remember his face. He knew it was a young man playing with him, but he couldn't remember who he was. He held on to his head tighter now, feeling his headache getting worse. It always got worse when he tried to remember his childhood. All he could remember was a smiling face through a deep haze. Sometimes it seemed so clear, like he could almost make out his features. Other times, nothing. Micah got off the couch with an effort unbecoming of one in his early 20s and wandered towards the balcony doors. I love this CG so much. It's so pretty. Oh, this is so good. I got so lucky. Watching the rain outside made him feel calmer. He breathed out on the rain just stopped. Brain.exe has encountered an error. He breathed out on the glass of the window of the doors. He wrote a single name in the fog. A name. He wrote a single word in the fog. A name. Edwin. Followed by another. Riley. This name, he was sure it belonged to his father. He was sure that's whose face he saw when he remembered playing in the rain. The name on the letter he kept hidden from his Aunt Caroline. She didn't like any mention of Micah's parents. It seemed like she wasn't very fond of them. Micah was raised by his aunt and uncle. They weren't bad people at all, but he never felt like they actually wanted him around. He did what he was told, studied what they wanted him to. He learned to never, ever ask about his family. He knew only that his father was his aunt's brother. The subject was banned early on when he came to live with them for some unknown reason. He couldn't remember much before then. Just that when he awoke in the hospital, his Aunt Caroline told him he would be living with her now. He would never see the wretched old man ever again. She wouldn't tell him who this wretched old man was, though. But somehow, the thought of not seeing him made him sad. Even if he didn't know why.
I suppose I should get back to Leon before he worries I fell asleep means something horrible has happened. He'll end up coming back over in a panic.
He worries too much, honestly. Still, it's nice to know. It's nice he cares so much. The rest of the night was spent chatting to Leon before he finally dragged himself to his bedroom to sleep once again. A groggy Micah awakens from his restless slumber. Another night where he felt as if he barely slept. These headaches were getting worse. He was back at work today, glad for the distraction. He wasn't much of a fan of having too much time to think all alone here. Sooner or later, he'd have to face his aunt and the business career she wanted for him. He didn't know what he wanted to do, really. He was happy, for now, just being at the cafe. The cafe was locally famous for its delicious food and creative latte art. One thing he in particular was known for was drawing cartoon cats and rabbits on kids' meals in sauce. It was definitely popular with the children. It could be kind of fun to run his own kitchen one day, he thought to himself. As he was thinking, he was dressing. He liked the uniform from the Merriment Cafe too. Comfortable, but also pretty stylish. As somehow it was already time to get going. Since he had to ride his bike to work, he'd usually get changed in the staff bathroom when he got there. Quickly, he grabbed his uniform bag and headed out the door.
Morning, boss.
Huh? Oh! And a fabulous morning to you as well, Micah.
I'm gonna head out back and change. I'll be right back.
Sure thing. Oh, Micah! While you're out there, will you remind Thomas to check on the new blend, please?
While I'm playing, I'm also, once again, taking screenshots of the little things that kind of show up that are a little bit wrong. Although, there will be a hell of a lot changed, even through the demo bit, as we're working through that. The entire... Everything that's already released and unreleased is going to be going through a major overhaul. So it'll be fun to kind of see what actually changes between those versions. There's a lot that's going to be updated. This was made in... 2021? I don't even remember anymore. When... Yeah. 2021 we released the demo. We released this demo in November 2021. So there is a lot that I do differently now. A lot more than I know. This was the first thing that I ever programmed in my life for games anyway. So there's a lot that I'm planning on going back and changing and updating and having a new editor going through everything to fix up some of the fix up and clean up some of the more technical things, keeping tenses the same and just tidying everything up a bit. So I'm excited for that. There's going to be some huge overhauling. The morning was busy as usual. Regulars and new visitors alike. Micah was a popular server. Yeah, he was. And he had customers come in just to see him. Mary found it amusing, to say the least. She would regularly call him their poster boy. He found it incredibly embarrassing. He didn't do anything special. He's just hot. He just liked making food on art and seeing people's faces when they saw it.
Hey man, can I get a double caramel latte, please?
With extra sprinkles?
Yeah. Hey, wait!
Leon.
Thought you were slammed for the whole month.
You got a break soon? I've got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I finish in a couple of minutes, actually.
Excellent timing, as always.
Yeah, right. Like you didn't already know that.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
That'll be $3.95, sir.
Sir?
Earth to Leon, you gonna pay for your sugar attack or just stand there like a space cadet?
He blush. Blushy, blushy boy. A deep blush covered Leon's face.
Yeah. Sorry.
Grab a table and I'll bring it over to you when it's ready.
Yeah. Thanks.
He paid for his drink and sat down at the table, as directed. What a good boy. He looked so awkward waiting. Micah couldn't help. Oh, there. Oh, my favorite phrase. Couldn't help but wonder what was up with him. Was work that rough yesterday?
Okay, break time.
Hey, never mind.
Question him or move on.
Leon, are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about me.
You sure? Nothing's up?
Micah decided to switch gears.
So, how did the job go yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
He perked up as he found something he could talk about.
Dad assigned me to this weird old place on the outskirts.
The outskirts? Didn't know anything was out there.
Yep. Out near the haunted forest you love so much.
Haunted forest.
What? No, I don't.
I'm just kidding. I know you're a big fraidy cat when it comes to ghosts.
He sneezed at the word cat and pulled a disapproving face.
That's what you get.
So allergic to cats that even mentioning one makes him sneeze. What a sad existence.
Seriously though, the old man is really fixated on this place.
Why's that?
That's the thing. I don't know. I went there to check it out, but it just looks like an abandoned building on a lot of land. Nothing particularly special.
Old buildings get sold all the time. He probably just thinks it's an easy sell for the newbie.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
They chat some more until Micah's break is over. The words flow easily, just as they always had between them. As Leon stands to move, he suddenly turns back to face Micah.
Oh, by the way, shoot me a text when you clock out. I have some time tonight. We should grab dinner for your birthday, since we couldn't yesterday.
And here I thought I escaped the celebrations.
That line was originally, "Let me know when you knock off." But apparently that's just, that's a very Australian way of saying that. So there are some things that ended up getting changed for localization as we were voicing the script for the ease of just saying things and not having to stop and wonder what things were, or if they questioned it at all. We'd changed it. Apparently Australians speak very differently. There's a lot of it that I will have kept because I don't want to change it, because I find it personally very exciting whenever I do come across a game that's kind of like in the same kind of, I guess, not really language, but whenever I come across a game that's got something that's written very Australian, I get so excited. You don't really, and it doesn't happen all that often because most things are very very specific to the United States, that finding something that's more kind of localized to where Deva's from actually isn't that common. So it's really exciting whenever you find something that's like, ooh, that's how I speak. One of my dev friends, Red, who did some of the pop-up art, she runs Lilypad Studios, and what she makes is like, she makes games about Australia, and it is just so delightful to play through those, and just also a little bit cringe to hear how just hear how we speak, but also it's just like, wow, that is so me. I think things like that are like little things that kind of make kind of a bit of a difference to the, I guess, the voice of the actual creator through their content. I love seeing those little quirks through games of just like, you can read something and go, yeah, that's very specific to that developer or that person. In like overall, it doesn't really mean anything at all, but like I think it's cool.
Micah.
All right. I'll text you. No need to make that face.
Leon grinned in response and walked out of the cafe with a carefree wave. With yet another sigh, Micah shook his head and smiled to himself before getting back to work. The shift passed by quickly after that. A steady stream of customers kept Micah busy enough that time just seemed to fly, just how he liked it. He glanced up at the clock, which I don't even have a clock. Yeah, see? There you go. Knock off time. Knock off time already. A moment later, and he changed back out of his uniform and prepared to leave. He dug his hand in his pocket, searching for his phone to text Leon. But nothing was there. With a frown, he checked his other pocket. Not there either.
Oh, shit. Great. This is just great.
Where could it have gone? He rushed back into the staff room and scanned over the area. Nothing. It was nowhere in sight. Then, somewhere in the cafe? Could it have fallen out of his pocket? 10 minutes later, he rubbed at his temples. It wasn't anywhere. Did he even have it with him this morning? Maybe he left it behind. His mind raced with possibilities. He rushed up the cafe doors, calling out a hasty goodbye to Mary, and grabbed his bike to quickly get home. He pedaled hard, desperately hoping he simply left it behind and didn't lose it on the ride in. It would be huge pain to have lost it for real. Even disregarding the cost of a new phone, he would have lost everything he kept on it. Always back up your phone. Always have a backup of your phone. The ride home was stressful. Everything that could get in his way did. How come? Only when he was in a rush did people feel like suddenly appearing in front of his bike. I think it would be very cute there to be able to do like a little chibi, like across the screen, living like, you know, rush, like pedal, 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 pedal. When he finally got back to the apartment and found it sitting on the edge of his bed under his nightshirt, he was too exhausted to want to do anything. Nope, yeah, nah. He's home now. All plans gone. Relief washed over him as he flopped down onto his bed and absent-mindedly scrolled through his notifications. Junk emails, social media nonsense, a million texts from Leon, and a missed call from an unknown number.
Huh, weird. Wonder who that was. Don't usually get many calls.
Telemarketer, probably. It's always a telemarketer. I get so many text messages about unpaid road tolls. I don't even have a license. I can't drive. Road tolls and fake messages from post office, which gets really annoying when I'm actually, like, when I actually have a store that I send things out. Like, to not know if I can trust a post office message is very vexing. Even more surprisingly, they left no message. That's not surprising at all, actually. If you didn't leave me a message, I wouldn't listen to it. He stared at the number for a moment before curiosity got the better of him, and he searched up the number.
Lawyer?
This was also... Lawyer was originally solicitor, I think. And we changed that because of the context of solicitor being like kind of like a, I don't know, I guess like a, you know how you have like no soliciting signs on like your letterboxes and things like that. So I can't even remember. There is a difference between them, but I can't even remember. But I think it's more just colloquial. Yeah, colloquial. So we ended up changing that. It's kind of interesting in the process of actually creating something and then having to think about, okay, this is how I say this, or what makes sense to me. And then just even in just conversations with other nationalities, someone will say something and you're like, what was that word? What does that mean? It's so normal for them, but like something you might not have ever heard before. Those are always fun though. He screwed up his face, utterly confused.
Maybe they got the wrong number? What would a lawyer want with me?
He looked at the page for a while longer, trying to decide what to do. Bargain, yeah. Yeah. Should he call them back? Really? Like the word, or like how like the actual speech itself? Because the speech itself is something. What just happened? Ooh. I just got a notification that OBS stopped working. Hopefully the stream's okay. Yeah, and it's kind of doesn't really have an exact equivalent either. Like there's you know, there's similar, they're similar, but then like they're also unique in their culture. They didn't leave a message though, so maybe it was a wrong number after all. He scrolled through the rest of his message notifications, skim reading through all of Leon's messages. To make his 37 message stream of texts short, it seemed as if he spent some more time dealing with that rural property. Rural? Man. That's going to be probably one of my hardest words to say. It's just something about the word rural that it doesn't roll off the tongue. And I trip on it every single time, despite the fact that I live semi-rural. Like it's a common word for me, and it's just difficult. It's a stupid word. Probably since he left the cafe. His dad really wanted it by the sound of it. Oh, it's so innocent at this point. Babies have no idea the drama to come. Finally, he was all caught up. This is also something that I like to incorporate on the phone, of actually being able to scroll through those through those messages rather than just have the text about it. But then I'd have to come up with 37 text messages from Leon. He felt bad. He'd promised Leon he would text him back as soon as his shift finished, but that became a little difficult to do without his phone. Micah was still thinking about the missed call too, absent-mindedly scrolling through nothing as he stared aimlessly at his device. Call Leon. Or call back the mystery number. Let's call baby boy. Boy. Whoops. Micah quickly opened his contact list, scrolling down the endless list of names to find Leon. The endless list. Popular boy. Not. He actually didn't have many people on there. His aunt, uncle, the cafe, Leon, and a few others he was friendly enough with, but never actually texted. He stopped at Leon's name. He did promise to let him know when he was finished work. Us. It was just a little later than expected. Still, he'd kept his promise. Just as Micah went to hit the call button, his phone started to buzz. He jumped up in surprise, nearly dropping his phone. Barely catching it, he caught sight of the caller ID. It was that same number. And this time, he was available to answer it. He rushed to his desk where he kept his notebook, just in case. You can actually hang up. I don't remember what it does. What if I hang up? Doubt overcame him. Do I really want to take a call from a lawyer? Damn it, I can't do it. I guess whoever it is gonna keep trying.
Hello?
Good evening. Mr. Malcolm Riley, I presume.
Malcolm? The right family name, but who was Malcolm?
May I ask who's calling?
Forgive me. Where are my manners? Arthur Harris, administrator to the estate of the late Gregory Riley. I'm calling about the last will and testament in regards to the unresolved inheritance to one M. Riley. Forgive me.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Forgive me. Where are my manners? Arthur Harris, administrator
right,
to
yeah,
the estate
okay.
of the late Gregory Riley. I'm calling about the last will and testament in
I got so focused on the Malcolm of it that I also think I spelled Malcolm wrong. Oh well. It's his own unique version. I got so focused on the Malcolm of it that I completely missed him saying Gregory and was like, wait, what? Gregory Riley. He had heard that name before. But where? Micah had yet to respond, but the man continued talking.
You're a hard man to find, Mal. Oh, sorry. I seem to recall you preferring to be known by your middle name, Edwin. Is that still accurate? Forgive me. It has been many years since I last saw you or your father.
You or your father? Those words pounded in his head like a drum. Who was this person? He said Edwin. Edwin Riley was the name of his father. He was sure of that. He swallowed hard. His whole body felt heavy, like it was suddenly constructed of lead. All of his attention was directed at that voice he could hear through his phone. You or your father?
Edwin, are you there?
I'm not Edwin. Edwin's my father, but...
He's been gone for years. Wait. For some reason, he decided against telling him that. Maybe I could find out more from this man if I pretend he's still here, but just not available. He swallowed again. It was almost painful how anxious he was.
He's not available at the moment. May I help you with something?
Edwin's son? My. You must be little Michaelia then. Has it really been that long?
Michaelia? That was technically his name, but no one ever called him that. Ever. Not even his aunt, who was a stickler for a proper language and names. In fact, he didn't have any recollection of anyone calling him calling him by that name. So how did this man know it?
You know my father then?
I do indeed. I haven't heard from him since your grandfather passed, however. I've been trying to get in contact with him about the estate for quite some time. Of course, I finally find a lead, and it ends up being his son.
Then, could you tell me more about the estate?
I shouldn't really.
Micah struggled not to curse out of frustration.
But since it's taken me so long to find your father, and you are technically an M. Riley, I see no harm.
Thank you, sir.
Such a polite young man. Gregory would be proud indeed. I have the afternoon free. What say we meet for a late lunch and go over the details I have to share with you? I would very much like to see how much my dear friend's grandson has grown after all these years.
That sounds fine. We could meet at the Merriment Cafe, if you've heard of it.
Very well. Merriment it is. 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
With that, the call was over. Alright, that's a loud side effect. Micah's heart raced. He had finally met someone who knew his father, and his grandfather too. Micah looked at the call log on his phone to make sure he wasn't imagining this. Oh shit, Leon. He didn't know if he had the mental fortitude to take on socializing right now. He had so much to think about. His father and grandfather. I should text him. Daddy. Hey man, sorry about this evening. I left my phone at home and something came up. Sorry, I should have messaged you before. Oh, it's okay. Everything alright? Yeah, it's all good. Just family stuff. Nothing special. Oh, well, I guess I'll leave you to get back to it then. Yeah, thanks man. I'll catch up with you later, okay? It was special, of course. Nothing about this wasn't special. He just didn't want to say anything before he knew for sure what it was all about. The typing appeared and disappeared, appeared and disappeared. Leon seemed to have something to say, but in the end, he never said it. Sleep did not come easy that night, and when it did, it was the same dream. the hazy figure smiling at him as he played in the puddle. Who are you? Why can't I remember you? I think rather than there's no age restriction on the stream, so you might get smited by YouTube. Sierra deleted again. The room was still dark, the night air heavy as Micah awoke. No longer able to tolerate the shallow sleep of the night, he laid awake, staring at the ceiling. Agonizingly slowly. The day broke and the room started to lighten, chasing away the last wisps of that haze-filled dream. As the sun rose, so too did Micah's anxiety. That phone call from yesterday was finally sinking in. He might have found something out about his family today. Finally. It had been 17 years since he came to live with his aunt. 17 years of not knowing. 17 years since waking up in that hospital bed with no memory of how he got there, what he'd been doing, how he ended up there, and who he was with. Every time he tried to ask about his parents, his aunt would shut down the conversation or change the subject in some way. But today, she couldn't stop him asking. Pacing around the apartment was all he was capable of at that moment. It was all he could manage. Eight. 9. 10. 11. 11 a.m. Enough was enough. There was only so much pacing one man could do. With his mind still filled with the thoughts of that lawyer, Micah decided that he should just head to the Meritman early. Anything was better than pacing back and forth any longer. He'd make up some excuse about wanting to watch Thomas in the kitchen or practice a new latte art. Something, anything would do. As he walked through the doors of the cafe, Micah desperately tried to calm his quickening heartbeat. If he spent some time messing around here for a while, it would surely start going quickly, right? Micah recalled something about Thomas trying out a new menu item today. A worthy distraction. Eventually, thoughts of the meeting began to melt away as he watched Thomas cooking in the kitchen. I would really love a CG of Thomas cooking because I think that would be beautiful. Before long, he found himself sketching the meal at different stages of preparation. What he first thought would be a useless skill, his food drawings had become somewhat useful and were used on Mary's menus. He checked his phone nervously. 1:25. Oh. Time went so slowly at first, but spending time in the cafe drawing and chatting to Thomas actually made things go quicker than he expected. He took a deep breath. I love Thomas. When I tell you that I very nearly cut Leon and completely changed the characters of Mary and Thomas to have Thomas as a love interest. I was real close. Real close. My mother actually designed Thomas for me, and he's based on Kojiku from Dramatical Murder, Junichiro from Food Wars, and the doctor whose name I can never remember from Super Lovers. He's a bunch of very, very hot men. And I saw him and I'm like, oh no. You know how there's always that like side character in a like a romance game or even any game really, and you're like, but what about that one? Why can't I have that one? I did that to myself. Why can't I have that one to myself? I was so close, but one of the reasons that I didn't was because he was already voiced, and I couldn't change his character at that point because that would have been not what the actor signed on for, and June is such a perfect voice for Thomas that I didn't want to mess with something amazing. But I was close. I was real close to just to just switching him out. It was gonna be, instead of being married, I was gonna make them like, I don't know, brother and sister or something instead. Just completely change that whole thing. But I was called a homewrecker, and then I cast, and then it just reached a point of not being able to do it. But I think that's fine. Thomas is still an important character, and there's always Patreon possibilities. Maybe a what if story or just regular Patreon art. Feed me. There's been an incident in the kitchen. Mary has slipped on a banana peel. Oh no. He felt much calmer, thankful for the distraction this had become.
Why don't you go get a table in the dining room?
In the dining room?
Someone's gotta make sure these are actually edible.
Just look at him. He's gorgeous. He's blue. You can't base a character on Kojiku and then not let me date him. Tragic.
I don't think anything you could make would be inedible, but I'm not one to turn down the famous Thomas's cooking.
With a smile, Micah took a seat at one of the empty tables, and Thomas brought out his newest experiments. They looked and smelled delicious. They really do. I want to eat them. Before him, Thomas placed 2 dishes. One wasn't really a dish as such, but it was the most indulgent-looking milkshake Micah had ever seen. Topped with whipped cream and chocolate powder, complete with a long spoon and a spiral straw. What is that even? When I edit these back to be shorter and smaller regular videos for the channel, my reactions to chat are going to make absolutely no sense to people. Visual novels are hard to get an arrangement that the game still looks good and you can have your regular stream stuff on though, because you're always covering something or losing space, or streaming's hard. But my reactions are gonna make absolutely no sense. What is that emoji? It's so... You lick. I want to eat both of these things. This was the description that I gave my artist of what this drink was meant to be, and this is what I got in return. Something absolutely insanely incredible that I require in my life. Literally. I might try and timecode and edit in the actual chat into the video in editing, so it makes a little bit of sense. But yeah, the food art was made by Kane, who is the developer for Silver Blue, a BL visual novel that I programmed as a freelancer. It's a cute game, and these are so gorgeous. The second looked like a pie. The outer pastry was woven into a lattice, filled with berries and syrup. It smelled divine. I wish I could eat this. Hidden beneath layers of pastry was a secret that made it more than just some pie. Micah sat, probably is better wording there, transfixed as Thomas was Micah stood transfixed as Thomas was creating this masterpiece. Read the rest of your own sentence before you judge it. This dessert had a layer of cheesecake inside the pie crust and under the berries, and he could not wait to try it. Before he could dig in, however, Thomas brought out a third dish. 3?
There's more? Where did this one come from?
A special treat.
A mischievous look spread across the chef's face. He gently placed the dish in front of Micah. A smile plastered to his face.
Now you may eat. Dig in.
Oh, is it even possible I can eat all this?
You'd better. You hurt my feelings otherwise.
Micah examined the new meal with interest, trying to work out what secrets this one held.
Oh, pizza?
Try it and find out.
Micah happily brought it to his lips and tasted it. And of course, he wasn't surprised. It was perfect, just as Thomas' cooking always was. This dish was particularly unusual though. It looked like pizza, but once he started to eat, he realized it was actually a delicate noodle dish adorned with cheese and pepperoni. It only looked like a pizza. Incredible. This is actually a real recipe that I found too. I can't remember if I still actually have it because this was 2020 when I actually started writing it. And I have shocking file organization. But this was a real recipe. The pie was just... I'm sure the pie exists. But yeah, I'll see if I can still find it. I'm sure I have it somewhere. I'm sure the pie exists, but I just thought, but what if cheesecake? Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find that recipe, because I was looking for something like pizzeria, but noodly and a little bit weird, and I found like that perfect combination of them, and I was like, how does this even work? I need it. He couldn't help but be a little envious. How amazing it would be to be in Thomas's position, being able, coming up with all kinds of new recipes. Still, he was thankful for the meal, if not a little curious as to what he did to deserve it. As if seeing the question mark pop up above Micah's head, As he stared at the spread in front of him, Thomas laughed.
I know you don't really celebrate it, but I wouldn't be a very good chef if I didn't whip you up something special for your birthday. But more than anything, you looked a little down and anxious. You come here on your days off when you aren't feeling so good.
He's so attentive. Does he? He hadn't really thought about it. After a moment, he realized Thomas was right. It's how he got the job in the first place.
What's on your mind, kid?
He says kid, but he's only really a couple of years older. Thomas is meant to be like around 30 or so. Yes. Yes, I love his voice. Junyoon is incredible. He's so good. I'm so happy I got to work with him.
I have a meeting here soon. I think I'm about to find out who my father was.
Well, that is indeed cause for a delicious meal. It is delicious, isn't it?
Micah scoffed in response, a smile playing on his lips. He had nothing to worry about. Thomas was one of the best chefs Micah had ever met. I don't know that he's met that many chefs, to be honest. But, statement. True. Yes, I'm so pleased. A lot of the voices were kind of like exactly what I had in my head when I was making the game, because I worked with most of them on the Divine Speaker as well. So Micah I didn't even audition for. I just messaged Eddie and was like, "Do you want to voice my character?" He trained in some upscale restaurant overseas until he married Mary and they settled into their little cafe diner. They both loved it here, and Micah always thought what a lovely couple they made. They treated him like family. He would always be grateful for their support and kindness, even if he felt he could never pay it back in full. Thomas still cooks incredibly fancy things sometimes, but he enjoys comfort food above all else.
Of course it's delicious. You don't even have to ask.
The food did make him feel better too. Something about a stomach full of his cooking set his mind at ease. It was amazing how a good meal could serve as a distraction. He looked down at his phone. Also, that's a lot to eat in only 45 minutes though.
2 p.m. Finally.
Once again, his nerves rose, despite his best efforts to keep himself calm. The bell of the door jingled, and in walked a tall, dark-skinned older man with white hair and a pressed business suit. He looked the part of a lawyer, that was for sure. Micah gazed at him expectantly, standing to greet him. Although the man looked as if he matched the voice, he wondered if his assumption was correct.
Mr. Harris?
Ah, you must be the young Mr. Riley.
Yes, sir. That's me.
He fumbled over his words a little, his nerves getting the best of him.
My, how you've grown. You were just a wee tyke when I last saw you.
I'm so excited to reveal what this stat is. The absolute hardest thing about development is balancing information. So there's so many things that are in my head that talking about would spoil how the story reveals itself, but drive me absolutely crazy not being able to talk about. You learn to keep secrets very well once you start development, because you have to keep so much quiet until the appropriate times.
I bet you don't remember me, do you? I don't blame you. You were very shy, hiding behind your grandfather's legs the whole time.
He chuckled. One of those nostalgic and heartwarming chuckles. Like he was reliving a treasured memory. Micah swallowed hard.
Shall we sit?
He goes nothing.
Can I ask what he was like? I've lived with my Aunt Caroline since I was young, and I don't have many memories of my grandfather.
Or my father. He seemed deep in thought. Micah held his breath, wondering if he'd blown any chances of finding anything out. After a while, Arthur just sighed.
That sounds like Caroline, that's for sure. She never did get along with her family. It stands to reason that she wouldn't speak of them much. How was it that you came to live with her?
Honestly, I don't really remember it very well. As a child, I got into a bad accident of some kind. When I woke up in the hospital a few weeks later, and Caroline was there. She told me I would be living with her from then on.
I remember that. I've never seen Gregory more concerned about anything in my life.
Arthur folded his hands and rested his chin. Eyes closed, deep in thought.
Caroline.
What was he like? My grandfather, if you don't mind me asking, that is.
He was a good man, strong-willed and fierce, kind and compassionate. More than anything, he loved his family. They were the most important thing in the world to him.
He sounds nice.
I just wish I remembered him.
But he was an adventurous one. Caroline never really approved of her father and brother.
Yeah, I kind of got that impression too. But you said you had something for my father?
Yes. How could I forget?
Micah steeled himself. He wanted to know what it was, but was also afraid to know. Arthur unlatched his briefcase and from it pulled a bound document followed by a wax-sealed letter.
I have had these in my possession for 5 years. I have been seeking out Edwin to pass them on to him, but as his son, I am confident that Gregory would approve.
He slid the documents towards Micah, who couldn't help but stare. With a shaky hand, Micah pulled them towards himself. An immaculate scripted title, old but well cared for. It looked like a property deed. His eyes scanned the deed before moving to the letter. Addressed to one M. Riley. He took a deep breath and opened it, barely managing to stop his shaking hands. My dearest Micah. His heart jolted. I'm thinking I might have, like, 3 different lists for, like, assets. One is things we definitely need and are getting. things that we'll go back to and add if we have time. And then the wish list of, I don't need them, but I want them. And thinking about adding some extra little things around, little items and little chibi things to fill out some of the scenes. Like, I think it would be fun to get like a little animated Micah pedaling his bike and actually get this letter properly as a visual asset. I just really like art, and I think it's often the little things that can make all the difference as well. So there's a lot of little things that I'd really like to be able to do. Adding some extra of those like supportive assets is something that I really want to be able to do. Make this an actual letter. And the one that he reads at the front, at like the beginning of it, that opens it as well. Micah. It was addressed to him. His eyes went wide and he looked back towards the lawyer. Where he was standing? What was he standing? Or was he sitting? Where he was a moment ago was now empty space. He was gone. I really love our keychain chibis. They are so cute. He was gone. Where could he have disappeared to that quickly? Panic flared up in Micah as his eyes darted from the letter back to the empty space in front of him. He shot to his feet, eyes dashing around the room. He was nowhere to be seen. How can someone just vanish? Thomas gave him a quizzical look from the doorway to the kitchen, crossing his arms over his chest.
Hey, that man I was with, did you happen to see where he went? He left while I was reading.
The tension in Micah's body was making him lightheaded.
See who?
Mr. Harris. He was just here.
Sorry, Mai, I didn't see anyone. It looked like you were alone this whole time. I thought you must have been in a phone call.
He is. We've only got one Patreon illustration of him too. I believe we need more. Next month will be our first in splitting our illustrations as well on Patreon. So the February poll will have a separate safe for work and not safe for work, and I'm excited about that because that's going to be really fun, being able to split those and getting two separate images. So now we've got double the art, because at the moment it's like one illustration with two separate versions, but now we'll be able to get two completely separate ones. So I'm so excited about that. That's been such a major goal of mine for the Patreon for quite a while. So I'm excited to see what we can do. Maybe I'll put Thomas on one of the polls. And then I have to come up with a theme. Themes are hard. Very hard. The blood in Micah's body seemed to become ice cold and freeze. Alone. I really like to do like that wiggly, like kinetic text on these as well, but I need to get someone to teach me how to do that. Alone. Vampire is a good theme. How? how could I possibly have been alone? I really want to make a game that has a vampire as a love interest. I have an idea, but I already have 3 titles in production, so I need to get through what I'm already working on. But you can't stop the brain from doing the brain things. He looked back at the table. The documents neatly laid where he left them. They didn't vanish. They weren't part of his imagination. Those were real. How could the man who gave them to him not be? No, so for Hard Agency, I'm thinking about doing some kind of like little Halloween theme, either as like a separate thing, or having like a Halloween event kind of thing within the game, so that I can dress them up in costumes. So like whether it be like an agency Halloween party, or like a job that one of them goes to, like Hilo performs at a haunted mansion or something like that. Each one with a different job that's related to Halloween. I have ideas. Yes, I have ideas about something like that too. So ideas, and no time to put them into practice. But hopefully that will change soon. We've got some announcements coming up that will change, that will kind of focus our direction a little bit more coming up, and help me get things out a bit faster. So keep your eyes out for that. Ooh. Adrian Catboy and Hilo Vampire. Oof, yes. Although it looks like Leon is going to win our Valentine's poll this month. And he's going to be a little bit not himself. These were real. How could the man who gave them to him not be? There must be some kind of mistake.
You feeling alright? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Ghost. I want the wiggly text. There's so much to look at now, and I'm like, I want to change that, and I want to change that, and I want to change that. I'm taking a little bit of a break at the moment. I'm finally playing Baldur's Gate 3, because I haven't played a game since I actually started. I've been making games, but I haven't actually just sat down and played a game since I started my studio, really. I've been entirely focused on either making my own games or making other people's games for a job to bring in money and practice, and everything I do is a step towards accelerating the studio. So I'm taking a little bit of a break at the moment now that I've hit a milestone with finishing the common route, which is almost 100,000 words. I scrapped it completely, rewrote everything. It was about 40,000, so I've rewritten it completely and added a whole 60,000 words to it. So, and then the routes, I'm still a little bit unsure of exactly how long they'll be, but they'll probably about at least 50,000 each. So it's gonna be a big game. I love big games though. They're harder to make, but I love big, expansive worlds that you can just get lost in and get to spend so much more time with the characters. They are a lot harder to make, especially as a solo developer, when that's all you're doing. And you rely on game sales or other support for I didn't come though. Long games good as a player. Make me cry as a developer. But it's worth it. That was the last thing Micah heard as his senses all went black. Yes, I have... I already have an idea of what I'm gonna do, posing-wise, for the Valentine's, and it might involve ropes. Everything hurt. His back and his shoulders, his head, his eyes. Every inch of him felt as if he'd taken a beating. Micah tried to sit up, surrounded by a vast darkness, but the efforts made his head spin. He collapsed back down to what could only have been the ground, but even that he wasn't sure of. Soft. Where was he? What happened? He tried to think, but his mind felt dull, like trying to listen to someone speak while underwater. Everything felt so far away, eternally distant. Every time he tried to move or sit up, electric tendrils spiked through his head, making him wince with pain. He gave up, accepting his fate. He'd just sleep wherever he was. It's just, not too hard, get a nap. The faint sound of panic that reached him faded further and further away as he lost consciousness once again. Darkness. It was so dark. Micah felt scared. Scared and alone. Why? He took a deep breath. The air smelled sweet, like honey. He couldn't tell if his eyes were open or not. In a place like this, he couldn't tell anything. The panic rose. The spikes of pain through his head were getting worse. Then, the tiny jingle of a bell and something soft touched his face. He froze in fear. Swat it away. Touch it. Do nothing. We're gonna touch it. We're gonna touch it. The feeling of this soft touch felt somewhat familiar. Micah reached up and lightly touched whatever it was. Soft. Fluffy. Fur. He let his hand travel the length of the body. It was covered in fur. He's just manhandling whatever it is in the dark. But hello there. Random fluffy thing. A cat? Why would a cat be here? Why not? Cat should be everywhere. More cats. Where even is he? He became startled as the mysterious creature rubbed its face against his. What was that? What just happened? My chat's being chaotic. A calming purr drifted from his chest. You know it's his. Distracted as he was, he didn't notice that the longer this creature spent affectionately nuzzling against him, the less the painful... What? Oh. The less painful that feeling in his head became. There's a message redacted in chat. Did you delete something or did you get nuked? His senses were coming back. Still dull, but no longer excruciating. The feline pulled back and Micah was able to sit up. He saw it. It radiated powerful energy. By its appearance, you would never expect it to be as affectionate as it was. Its eyes fixed on him as he stared at it. A keen intelligence mixed with what seemed to be concern. It followed his movements with his eyes. Then, with a swish of its long tail, closed the gap with an elegant pounce, coming to rest on Micah's lap. Boo job. Those eyes that stared at him, so vibrant, they were beautiful. Lost in thought about how pretty the amethyst color of the feline's eyes were, Micah was surprised when the creature stretched up its front paws to his chest, nuzzled against his cheek, and licked his forehead. His senses filled with the scent of honey. Micah raised his hand to his forehead, lightly touching the spot the feline had just moved from. It licked me? Where the cat had licked, a warmness spread through his body. He suddenly felt much better, his body not hurting anymore. As he examined himself, he once again heard a bell. Or not? Micah desperately reached out, trying his best to call out to the disappearing cat. Wait, don't go. His voice left his throat and carried through the darkness. No voice left his throat and carried through the darkness. The only light he could see was those eyes. Without them, everything was dark once again. My favorite thing about that cat, actually, let me go back. Let me go back. Look at how uneven his fangs are. He has a you can't see him all that well without being to zoom into him, but I love the fact that the fangs are uneven. And yes, you can the cat represents the fact that once you know what's going on with the cat, that the cat has a snaggletooth, and it's just the cutest. I love it so much. I don't even know if it was an intentional thing on the artist's part for including that in the forms, but oh wait, I forgot to read. He closed his eyes. He was suddenly so tired. Faded sound reached Micah as he stirred to consciousness once more. His eyes slowly opened. Taking up his entire vision was the blurry face of his best friend.
Micah! Oh, thank God.
Ugh, not so loud. My head hurts.
It was only then he realized. It didn't. His head didn't hurt. His head didn't hurt, actually. it didn't hurt at all. He reached up and touched his forehead. For the first time in a long time, his head didn't hurt. Not since that cat. Is it even possible for pain to be licked away? No, that's stupid. Micah stifled a laugh, looking up towards Leon.
So dumb.
Me?
No, not you. Hey, Leon?
Yeah?
Thanks. Seriously.
Leon's face went bright. Oh, that's a...
Thanks.
Wait.
Yeah?
Thanks.
Is that... Hang on, no, I need
Thanks.
to...
Me?
So
See, my stupid... I can't scroll back properly. Yeah,
Micah!
my background's wrong. Whoopsies. There's
no, thanks.
there's so much that's gonna end up changing on this, and I'm so excited for when we actually do release that new demo and extend it past where it ends currently. It does mean we'll turn we'll be turning the voice acting off by default, otherwise it'll just stop. But it'll still be in there for people who do want to listen to what we did have. It would be a shame to have to erase it completely. But yes, I'm very excited to update this demo, review the script again now that the common route's completely finished, and make it all better and more cohesive, and make the writing a little bit cleaner, and do some better things with the actual programming of it now that I have more skills. I don't have a date for when we will be releasing an extended demo, but it will be linked to another announcement that we'll be having for the in-between shortly. During Storytellers at some point. So keep an ear out for that. Things are happening. Leon's face went bright red.
Don't worry about it.
He glanced away shyly, awkwardly fiddling with his tie. Finally.
Micah?
Hmm?
What happened to you?
What did happen to me?
I was hoping you could tell me. How did I get here? I was at
where?
The cafe? You collapsed.
The cafe. What was he doing at the cafe?
Thomas said you were acting weird and then fainted. So he called me and I brought you home.
Acting weird.
Seriously, are you okay?
Hmm? Yeah, I'm fine. I feel completely normal.
Normal people don't pass out for no reason.
Leon seemed unconvinced as he frowned deeply.
Hey, did I, have anything with me when you brought me back?
Like what? I don't think so. But I wasn't exactly worried about your things when you were sprawled out on the ground like that.
Wait. If I collapsed, why bring me back to the apartment? Why not the hospital or something?
I panicked, okay? And I didn't want to call your aunt either.
Micah's eyes went wide in surprise. His aunt. What does she know? Did she know anything? Mr. Harris didn't seem to look too keenly on her at all. In fact, it wouldn't have been an understatement to say he disliked her.
Mr. Harris!
What? Who? Calm down, Micah. You aren't well.
Micah jumped off the living room couch he'd been placed on. bouncing to his feet.
I'm sorry. I have to go back to the cafe for something important. Thanks for everything.
Micah, wait!
Of course, despite hang on. Sorry. Had to cough. Didn't want to do that into the microphone. Of course, despite Leon's words, Micah didn't wait. He almost sprinted to the door, slamming it behind him in a rush. A sadness welled up in Leon as he wondered what had gotten into him. He looked down at his satchel bag, his eyes caught on the paper that slightly poked out. It's because of this, wasn't it? Thomas said he was reading this and started to freak out when someone going missing. Thomas also said that there was no one there, just Micah reading something he couldn't quite see. Leon sighed loudly, his mind feeling all muddled. I should give it back to him, but that Leon specific scene just then, you don't always get. So there's certain scenes with point of view changes that rely on points. So if you've picked more Leon options up until then, his points will be high enough to trigger a point of view scene from him. I need to figure out still design wise how to make that, how to differentiate those scenes a little bit more from the rest of them, but still a work in progress. Design when you're not artistically minded for things is very difficult. I'm not sure whether I'll just like dull the screen or what, but there will be something that I'll do to show that they're more unique and point of view change scenes. But yeah, there's a few of those throughout the game where with the right conditions you'll get to have a little bit of a peek into the love interest's mind. Micah threw open the door to the cafe, startling a few customers seated near the door, and headed straight for the table he had last been at. So focused on finding what he had left behind, he walked straight past Thomas. The table still sat empty. No one sat in either seat. Mr. Harris was nowhere in sight either. Empty. Where was it? He scanned the top of the table before squatting to see underneath, feeling the seats to make sure nothing fell and got stuck anywhere. He knew it was pointless. It was possible for something to be this hidden in the booths, but he didn't know where else to look. So focused was he on finding his letter that he completely ignored Thomas calling out his name. It wasn't until the large hand grasped his shoulder did he stop looking.
Micah, calm down. What's wrong? First you freak out about a missing stranger, then you collapse on my floor, and now you come busting in here like the devil's on your tail. This isn't like you, Mai.
Micah sighed quietly.
I'm looking for a letter. It's important to me. Really important.
Oh, a letter? You mean this?
Out of his apron... He doesn't have an apron. Let's pretend he has an apron. Out of his apron he pulled a letter. Its wax sealed, carefully closed once again. An inexplicable relief washed over Micah.
Yes, that's it.
Any moment now, he felt as if he'd burst into tears.
Thomas, I could kiss you.
Do it.
You'd have to get the missus' permission for that.
Thomas, he doesn't seem like he's against the idea. Thomas put a hand on Micah's shoulder once more, squeezing tight.
Micah, why don't you take a few days off? I'll talk to Mare and let her know you've got some things to take care of.
Stress leave.
I'm not being fired, am I?
What? No, of course not. Never. You're part of our little family here and always will be. You're like a little brother to Mary.
Micah smiled. He did feel like part of a family here. Mary and Thomas had treated him very well.
Just promise me. Just promise that once you figure out whatever's troubling you, you come tell me. Alright? We're here for you. We always will be.
Looking Thomas directly in the face, Micah nodded.
I promise.
With his promise given, he clutched the envelope to his chest and headed for the door. Thomas waved him off before resuming his work in the kitchen. One thing else that I'll be editing through in the update is I got a bunch more expressions. So I started off with like 5 and then kind of made a couple of others by combining some. But now I've got like an extra 7 or so. I never have enough expressions. There's always some nuanced little look that I can't make them do, and it's so upsetting. It's one of my main lessons learned that I continually repeat is never getting enough expressions to begin with. I always need more than I think I'm going to. Having those expressions can really make scenes so much more dynamic to the actual sprites. Like Thomas started off with only 3 and now he's got like 10. He can react to what the script's saying about him so much better now. I'm so excited. It's going to be a lot of work to go through and update and replace everything, but it's going to be so worth it. Quickly, Micah returned to his apartment, not once letting the envelope out of his sight. He wondered if Leon would be here when he arrived. I should apologize to him. He went out of his way to look after me and I just ran off. The door was unlocked, thankfully, as he'd rushed out the door with no phone or keys. Mad pedal to the to the cafe. Need to get that boy a moped or something. The apartment was dark, save for one corner lamp. His eyes went around the room in search for Leon, but he was already gone. I don't know, he checked under the table, maybe he's under there. No Leon in sight. Micah made his way over to the couch, plopping down into the comfortable cushions. Something that also cracks me up about these backgrounds is like when there's like pictures on the walls or paintings or anything that are in a room, you'll often see that same bouquet of flowers. I don't know where it comes from, but it shows up in so many of them and it always makes me laugh every time I see it. It's like, it makes me think of the, you know how when you buy just like a picture frame at a store and it has like a stock photo in it already? That's what it makes me think of, like he's just displaying the stock photos. As he sat down to read the letter he retrieved from the cafe, he noticed a hastily scrawled note on the coffee table. I had to go, but I hope you feel better now. And call me if you need anything. 3, 4, 5 underlines under anything. He really meant anything. Leon's handwriting was terrible, so for him to have left a note he must have noticed that Micah didn't have his phone. He really notices everything, doesn't he? With a deep breath, Micah opened the envelope once again. My dearest Micah. My dearest Micah. If my charm was successful, then you have no memory of me or the place you must go. But if you are reading this, it means that I am no longer in this world, and that my charm is now starting to fail. You are in danger. I am so sorry, my dear boy. I have failed you. With this letter, you will find a deed. Go there. You will understand everything once you do. With love, with regret, with hope. Gregory Riley, your grandfather. I also really wanted to do like some sort of like ethereal voiceover for that as well, but we ended up not having the resources. Reading this more times than he could count didn't make the letter make any more sense. Charm? Memory? He was in danger? It was true he had very little memory of his childhood, but was this why? Was something done to him? His heart was racing, the beating loud in his head. He had to know. He had no choice but to know to find out the truth. The letter talked about a deed, though. Wasn't there something else with the letter? Did I imagine it? He closed his eyes and tried to visualize when he got the letter. Got a call from a lawyer, a man named Arthur Harris. He said he knew my grandfather and had something for my father. We met at the cafe. He gave me 2 things. A sealed letter. I might change the way that this displays as well and have this writing come up on the screen rather than in the text box. Dev streams. He gave me 2 things. A sealed letter addressed to me and a document with the name Magnus Inn written on it. When I looked up from these documents, Mr. Harris was gone. That was all he could remember. He must have collapsed immediately after that. Magnus Inn. That could only be the deed that the letter spoke of. They were together, after all. Where did it go, though? Thomas didn't give it to him. His entire body felt heavy. Too many things had happened today. He wasn't sure how all of it happened in only one day. Really, only one thing happened. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he was unable to keep his eyes open. He slumped back on the couch and fell into a deep but restless sleep.
Can I take your order?
I am starting to believe this boy might be developing a strong case of narcolepsy.
Have you seen anything you like, darling?
Wait. I need... Yes, okay. I needed to fact check the fact I needed to double check whether I had actually just said the right condition or not, because it pinged as wrong in my head. Like, oh, did I just say what I thought I said?
I want a strawberry cupcake.
The little girl is actually voiced by the dev of Whip Pop, who's doing the art for the little pop-ups.
Sweetie. One strawberry cupcake on its way.
Just a latte for me, please, dear.
Micah laughed and returned momentarily with their order. It was another slow day at the cafe. Even though he had gotten permission and insistence to take a few days off, he couldn't tolerate any more resting. He had been looking around the cafe for the other document, but found no luck. I know what I meant there, but it's an interesting way of phrasing that. The worst part about playing through my own writing is that I'm extremely critical of myself in ways that I am not of other people. So I read things and I'm like, no, you could do better. He wondered where it could have gone if not here. Did someone take it? But who could have? He hadn't seen Leon since that day in the apartment either, and he wasn't replying to his texts anymore. It was starting to make him worry. That wasn't like Leon at all. Usually he couldn't stay away if he tried. The days passed as any other. Micah lost in thought at the cafe during the day, barely sleeping at night. Life went on as normal, despite him feeling anything but. A few more days passed with no response from Leon, and a few more sleepless nights. Before Micah knew it, a whole 2 weeks had passed. Oh boy, it's never good news when she calls. I still love the image for Caroline. Friend art.
Hello?
One of my absolute favorite things, and what makes games mean the most to me, is getting to work with friends. So on this, one of the developers from 2.5 Studios has helped me actually with a lot on the in-between. Originally, she was helping me doing editing and some writing for it as well. Was the one who coded the phone system, and she drew Caroline because we needed a little image and we didn't have a sprite for it at that point. But then I thought it was so funny that I decided to actually just keep it. Much to her dismay. It's just so funny to me. Look at that, it's so cute. There's so many little touches that friends have brought to the game, and being able to work with people who mean a lot to me on the games that mean a lot to me is just a dream come true, honestly.
Micah, I'm going to be forwarding a package to you. I need you to sign it and send it back to me immediately.
Business as usual, not even a hello.
What is it?
It doesn't matter what it is, Micah. It doesn't concern you. All you need to do is sign it when delivered and give it back to the courier. Do you understand?
If it doesn't concern me, why do I have to sign it?
Yeah, right. Okay, I've got it.
He rolled his eyes. He had to stop himself from laughing at the thought that she might somehow be able to tell. It wouldn't have surprised him at all.
I don't appreciate your attitude, but as long as you understand that
He
this
knows.
is time sensitive and demands your immediate attention, then you may go.
Maybe she could tell. Before Micah could respond, the call ended. Micah sighed. Ooh, that sound effect goes on for much too long. It's hard on the ears. She was always like this. Fully focused on business and work, she treated him more like an incompetent employee than a nephew. Still, this must be important if she actually took the time out of her day and called for it. Even more interesting that it has something to do with him. Something about her words sent a shiver down his spine as if every fiber of his being was screaming out for him not to sign whatever it was. You are in danger. The words from that letter sprung to his mind as he frowned at the thoughts. Micah jumped in surprise. What? What is it now? You really need to get that fixed. No, surely not. He opened the door slowly, waiting to see who it was. Some small part of him hoped it would be Leon. Sure enough, a man in a suit carrying a briefcase was at his door.
Mike O'Reilly? Niles Nell. I am an associate of your Aunt Caroline. I assume she called ahead and let you know of my coming?
Yeah, I just got off the phone with...
Excellent. Let us get this over with then. Business awaits.
He didn't wait to be invited in. Pushing past Micah, he entered the apartment, already opening his case and laying out a document and pen on the coffee table.
All I need is your signature here, here, and here, and I will be on my merry way.
What is it I'm signing exactly?
All you need to do is sign. I'm sure your beloved aunt can explain it to you later.
I loved Dee's performance as Niles so much that I actually brought the character back later, even after we didn't get funded for voice acting, just in case one day in the future I could. Like, I already had ideas for Niles' character beyond this, but Dee's performance was just so perfect that I was like, nah, I've got to hear this again. He hesitated. Something about this seemed wrong. He didn't like it. Why keep it a secret from him? What was he signing?
I at least read the conditions before signing my name to them?
I am a very busy man, young Mr. Riley. I was assured this would be quick when I agreed to this task for Caroline.
You are in danger. This would also be fun as an additional asset to click on the spots that you're supposed to sign. Sign. Oh, don't sign. My favorite response here is actually to sign. There's no use arguing.
Very well, Mr. Nell. You have my deepest apologies for inconveniencing you.
He didn't look convinced. He simply handed Micah the pen and indicated again where Micah was to sign. He signed on the dotted line. Just like he was supposed to. Stepping away, Micah handed the documents back to the man, a slight smile hidden beneath his stone expression.
Here, you'll be needing these.
Niles Nell's face darkened as his eyes fell onto the documents Micah had handed back to him. Through a strained face of professionalism, Micah could see his seething irritation.
Would you care to explain? Caroline.
Micah wasn't about to let him control this.
Well, Aunt Caroline taught me to never sign what I didn't understand.
She was the one who sent me here.
He was angry now.
But you can tell her she taught me well. If you'll excuse me, you are in my home, uninvited, and I have work to do.
More accurately, he had research to do.
She will be very disappointed in you.
Oh, I'm so upset by that.
Probably. Farewell, Mr. Nell. It would appear you've wasted your time here after all.
Micah let out the breath he had been holding. He wasn't a confrontational person, but he wasn't about to be pushed around in his own home either. While he still had the energy of the encounter, he braced himself for the inevitable response. Call from his aunt. It didn't take long. He assumed Niles Nell called her immediately on leaving. You can hang up on her too. Okay, that's... Nope. Nope. Fuck, should've known she wouldn't give up. She's gonna be pissed.
Explain yourself.
Here we go.
I was taught to never sign what I didn't understand, Aunt Caroline. There's nothing else to it.
What you did was incredibly immature. Leaving cat drawings instead of signing it. How dare you, Micah?
Time to get some answers about my life.
Aunt Caroline? Why didn't you want me to read it before signing it?
There's no time for that, Micah. Don't turn this around. We're talking about...
He didn't let her finish.
What's Magnus in?
Silence. A deafening silence that stretched on for so long it became uncomfortable.
So you do know after all. I might not have been given the chance to read through the contract, but I did pick out some key words when I pretended to sign it. A sales contract for an abandoned property on the outskirts of town, right?
Yes, it belongs to our family. However, the upkeep of the property is too much of a hassle, so your uncle and I have decided to sell it.
I want to see it.
No, Micah, all you need to do is sign the contract and we can be rid of the infernal place.
I don't want to. Just what is she hiding? What could possibly exist in our family that she wants it gone so badly?
No, I won't.
Also, if they need his signature to sell it in the first place, it's not even theirs to bloody sell.
Micah!
I'm sorry, Aunt Caroline. Can't do that. He hung up. He hadn't wanted to cause such drama with his aunt, but he also couldn't keep going the way he was. Always in the dark about his own life. Magnus Inn. Micah sighed, once again slouched in front of his computer, digging through the internet for any mention of a Magnus Inn. His brain hurt. He hadn't come up with any results in his searches over the past few weeks, but this might have been the break he so desperately needed. He had managed to find out about a sale of a certain Magnus Inn from faking out his signature, and now he knew its address. I wonder, could Leon know about any of this? It sounds a lot like that old place that he mentioned before. Maybe it's connected. I'll try texting him. Hey dude, I need to talk to you. Can you message me can you please message me? He has got anxiety. He's gonna freak when he sees a message like that. Although it could make him respond, I guess. Maybe he won't respond. Nah, you've made him panic too much. Of course he's gonna respond. What's up? It's kinda hard to explain over text. Can you meet me at the cafe tomorrow? After my shift? Yeah. Yeah, sure, I can do that. Thanks, man. And hey, have you been doing alright? Haven't heard from you much lately. Oh, Yeah, I'm doing fine. Just been busy with the new job and stuff. It'll blow over soon. Alright. Just take care of yourself, okay? Will do. See you tomorrow. Yeah. See ya. Micah placed his phone down on the table, staring at his messages. Something really does seem off about him. Well, at least he agreed to meet me tomorrow. Still, Micah was just happy to finally get a response. Deep down, Micah had hoped it wasn't him that had done something to make him so distant. Something was really bothering him. I've known him for ages. I've never seen him act like this. He spent the rest of the night researching the town's rural outskirts for properties that might match the very little information he had about the Magnus Inn. No exact matches, but he did find some local ghost stories about the ancient forest that behind the old shrine grounds. Ghosts. He loved the stories and histories behind ghost tales, but the thought of actual ghosts was too terrifying to imagine. It would be just his luck for his family to own something haunted though, wouldn't it? He logged off his computer and sighed, sleepily making his way towards the bed. If he kept reading these, he would never sleep, and he already had trouble enough doing that. Looking up at his dark bedroom ceiling, he mulled over all the recent discoveries and what more was in store for him. His eyelids started to feel heavy, and the weight of the day's events heavy on his weary body. My dear Micah, you can't hide from me forever. Who is that? A mysterious stranger appears in his mind. I think he just received some psychic damage. Waking with a start and covered in sweat, Micah felt as though he had a hand around his throat. As he struggled to breathe, he rolled out of bed and hit the floor with a thump. Slightly dazed, he stared around his room. What was that? It felt like something powerful. Something that didn't want me here. No, not here. Something that didn't want me to exist. As if his entire existence was being threatened. He reached up to turn his alarm off. He still had 2 minutes before it even went off in the first place. Nightmare then. It felt so real. He touched his throat. It didn't seem injured, but he could still feel the menacing tendrils wrapped around his neck like a vice. although he knew this was only in his mind.
Whew. Shake it off, Micah. It's just your imagination. Lots has happened, and you were reading ghost stories last night, remember?
I'd sing what just popped into my head, but I don't want to get content striked.
It's all in my head. Talking to myself now. Maybe I'm just going crazy.
Maybe I should look for another roommate. Mikey yawned as he finished cleaning the last table for the day. Today was busy. Customers filled the entirety of the cafe and everyone was rushed off their feet. But he was glad in a way. Being busy is exhausting, but it leaves little time for thoughts other than what's happening right in front of you. And after the night he had, he needed that.
Hey, stranger. Long time no see.
Yeah. Hey, yourself. So, what's up? You said you needed to talk. Is something wrong?
Not wrong, just kind of weird, you know?
Weird. Seems to be going around. Nothing.
Speaking of weird.
Let's sit. We haven't seen each other in ages.
Ages is a bit of an overstatement.
They took a seat each. Leon nervously glancing at the door before correcting himself and focusing on Micah.
Hey man, I know I'm the one that called you here, and I already asked last night, but are you doing all right? You're looking kind of rough.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Work's just kind of busy is all. Not much time to unwind, you know? Plus, I'm the newbie, so I get all the crap jobs. It'll pass. Sorry for worrying you.
Work, huh? I actually wanted to ask you about work.
Leon's eyes widened in surprise.
You mentioned a while back about the house you were looking at that your old man was real keen on. Where exactly was it?
Why do you want to know?
His voice suddenly changed. Before he sounded nervous, but now he sounded borderline aggressive. It was a surprising switch, to say the least. Micah had never heard him use that kind of tone before, and especially not to him.
Ah, shit, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. You just surprised me.
He offered a weak smile.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, just so tired. Father is obsessed with that place, and now you're asking about it too.
He sighed heavily and slumped back in his chair.
It's creepy. I feel like it's watching me and it doesn't like me. At all. Plus, it gives me wicked allergies.
The house doesn't like you?
Well, it's not really a house, more like, I'm not sure, some kind of manor maybe? It's huge, but it looks like it hasn't seen living people there for years. Why so curious all of a sudden?
Tell him about the Magnus. Or tell him about the ghost stories. Let's tell him about the Magnus. Should I tell him the real truth?
I haven't seen you for a while. I thought it would be nice to catch up.
Definitely not trying to get info out of you. Nope, never.
Really?
He sounds so suspicious.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that place you went to when you started lately. It didn't seem like much then, but it's gotten me curious.
You've been thinking about that? Why?
I came across something recently.
Oh? Like what?
Maybe I should risk it? We're friends and he might know.
I was researching and found this old rural place, which sounded just like the place you went to.
Where?
Micah took a deep breath. I have to ask.
It's called the Magnus Inn. Have you ever heard of it?
Leon froze.
Don't, Micah!
Leon jumped to his feet, slamming his hands down on the table between them. Micah stared back at him in surprise. What?
What do you mean, don't?
Leon, finally realizing his outburst, returned to his seat.
You should stay away from that place. It's...
He does know then. I was right. Micah waited for Leon to continue, giving him an encouraging smile. Leon sighed, rubbing his temple and giving Micah a pleading look.
It's weird. I can't explain it. It feels menacing. Like there's something there that wants to hurt you.
The house doesn't like you.
Yes, exactly. Ugh. Micah, please, stay away from it.
He sounded so desperate.
Are you sure you're okay? You seem genuinely freaked out by this place. Don't you think you're overreacting a little?
I have no choice. It's my job now. I can't disappoint him.
Micah frowns. Disappoint who? His dad? Someone else?
I have to go, but please, just promise me you won't go there. It's not safe.
You are in danger. The words seemed to flash before him. Those same words, always.
Micah, promise.
He was so close. I promise. I say nothing. I can't promise. I can't promise that.
I'm sorry, Leon. I can't promise you that.
Oh, missing punctuation.
I know, Micah. You forget how well I know you. Once you find something interesting, you'll chase it down until you understand everything about it.
Something like that, yeah. There's something about this place that I just have to see.
They laughed awkwardly, the building tension between them melting slightly. Leon made no move to leave. Instead, he closed his eyes and inhaled slowly and deeply, before exhaling as he closed his eyes and inhaled slowly and deeply, before exhaling as he opened his eyes.
Leon.
Shush.
What?
I have something to give you. And I need to apologize for taking it. I was trying to protect you, but I see now it's fruitless.
He was so scary. He's so serious. It's a bit spooky. What's going on here? Out of his briefcase, he pulled a clasped paper document envelope. A legal envelope? He was with uncertain hands, Leon pushed the envelope towards Micah across the table. His eyes never left Micah, his anxiety visibly building the closer he pushed the envelope. Micah tilted his head, watching the envelope with confusion. He had a striking sense of deja vu all of a sudden. As it got closer, he started to recognize the envelope. It was the same one that Mr. Harris gave him. The exact same one. The envelope that held the deed to the Magnus Inn. But why does Leon have it? The envelope came to a stop in front of him. Leon's hands were trembling as he pulled back across the table. Micah stared at the package in front of him, dumbfounded.
Leon? Leon, why? How?
His voice cracked, despite his best efforts to keep his tone neutral.
Why do you have this?
I'm so sorry.
Leon didn't wait for Micah's response. He rose from his seat and rushed to the door, barely getting the door open before squeezing through it. Left in a daze, Micah stared down at the document in front of him. Like a broken string on an instrument, his attention suddenly snapped back as the ring of the door chime sounded. Leon!
Wait, no! Come back! Answer me, damn it!
Rushing to stand, he tripped on the edge of the table.
Shit.
Freezing, he turned and grabbed the document left discarded on the table. Can't lose you again. Had enough trouble getting you back in the first place. Micah rushed through the doors, desperately searching for Leon. He was gone. Damn it. After a few hours wandering around in search of Leon, Micah had finally given up. His phone went straight to voicemail. He didn't respond to any messages. In his rush, Micah hadn't even changed out of his work uniform. It was already late when he got back to the hotel. To the hotel? Where did I get that from? It was already late when he got back to the cafe to get changed. He returned to a look of deep concern from Thomas, and was already preparing to close for the evening. Micah hadn't realized just how much time he'd spent looking.
Trouble in paradise? Alright, Mai, enough weirdness. Time to tell me what's been going on with you. Mur and I are concerned.
Should I?
I'm not sure you'd believe me. Hell, I don't even believe me.
Try me. You'll be surprised.
Micah took a deep breath, preparing himself for how crazy he was about to sound.
Okay, I'll tell you. Maybe you can help me figure it all out.
Thomas walked over to the front door, turned the open sign to closed, then locked it so no one could interrupt.
Floor's all yours. Mur's headed home already, but give me a sec to let her know I'll be late tonight, and I'll finish up here later.
Let me help tidy up first.
You got a deal.
Every time I see him, I lament the fact that he's not dateable. Micah Thomas OTP. True ending. Micah and Thomas got to work cleaning and packing down the cafe for the night. It didn't matter what time of day it was, the cafe was always perfectly lit. Micah often found himself losing track of what the daylight was outside. It never failed to surprise him. When Micah had finished with the floors, Thomas was wiping down the bench bar. He sat down opposite him, absent-mindedly fiddling with the envelope he'd been carrying around all this time. Thomas waited patiently for him to speak.
Okay, so I guess I should start with some background context, or else this is going to make no sense at all.
The Mysteries of Micah revealed? I'm all ears.
Well, you know, I was raised by my aunt, yeah?
Caroline? I've heard a thing or two.
Well, she's all I've ever really known of my family since she picked me up at the hospital as a kid.
How old are we talking here?
8 or so, I think.
Thomas made a face that could only be read as, "You poor thing."
Anyway, I had this letter growing up. A letter she didn't know about. Addressed to me from an Edwin Riley. I don't really recognize the name, but it feels special to me, you know? I have this one memory from before the accident, whatever it was, that landed me in the hospital. I'm pretty sure it's my dad, but all I can see is a blurry face in the rain.
You don't know what the accident was?
Nope. And Caroline would never talk about it.
Must be tough.
A few weeks ago, I got a call looking for Edwin Riley. The man on the phone said he had something for him, and when I told him that was my dad, he agreed to meet me here.
That's the Vanishing Man.
Yeah, that's right. A lawyer named Arthur Harris. We met here and talked a bit before he gave me this.
He laid his hands on the document in front of him.
It's a deed to a property on the outskirts of town called Magnus Inn, and a letter addressed to me from Gregory Riley. It says he's my grandfather and he's left me his inn as inheritance.
Don't know if anyone has noticed with the CGs, but whenever they mention the deed, it's never actually in any of the CGs. It's oversight, but just it's kind of funny to me. Like, it's almost like this thing doesn't actually exist. It also says I'm in danger, but he doesn't need to know about that bit.
When I went to ask him more, the man was gone.
An exasperated laugh escaped Micah.
But apparently, no one else saw him. So I still don't know what to think about that.
Arthur Harris. Are you sure that was his name?
He frowned.
Something wrong?
It's just Arthur Harris. It's not possible. Unless there's another. I guess it's a pretty common name.
He started to mutter the longer his sentence went on, deep in thought. Deep thought. Deep in thought. Deep thought.
Middle-aged, dark complexion, short grayish hair, suit. Any of that ring a bell?
Sure sounds like him. Micah, Arthur Harris. He was indeed a lawyer. And he looked exactly how you described him. But he died 15 years ago.
What? But...
Micah's head was spinning.
He was my godfather. Great man. A little weird. And he did know a Gregory Riley. They were great friends, in fact. He stayed often at the establishment Gregory owned, although I never knew where it was.
But that's...
Not possible. I did say you looked like you had seen a ghost.
Micah went pale, all the blood draining from his face.
A ghost? But he gave me this. This is real. Leon had it.
Yeah, about that. How did Leon have it? What happened this afternoon?
That's why I've been looking for him.
He buried his face in his hands, full of confusion.
The first and last time I saw it was the same day it was given to me. But then I collapsed and I lost track of it. You gave me back the letter, but the deed was gone.
The letter was on the table you were at when Leon left with you. But there was nothing else. Maybe he picked up the deed?
He said there was nothing there, though. Why would he lie?
He must have.
Well, as I see it, there's only one thing to do.
Find Leon?
Go to Magnus.
Micah looked up in shock.
Go to Magnus?
Why not? You won't find your answers stressing around here.
You're right. Everything seems to lead back to that place. Leon begged me to stay away from it before he bolted, but I have to see it for myself.
Look at how large his hand is compared to Micah's shoulder. A firm hand clasped his shoulder.
Be careful, Mai. But do what you gotta do. I don't understand any of this. It seems impossible.
The hand squeezed.
And yet, it's very real to you.
Just look at those hands. Look at it. He's so nice.
I can't explain it, but somehow you know about the Arthur Harris I knew. And it seems tied to your family. So, go figure out your mysteries. We'll be okay here without you for a while.
He's really too good to me. Micah had always been grateful to Thomas and Mary. They had looked out for him when he'd started working at the They had looked out... Oh my goodness. They had looked out for him even before he started working at the Merriment. He really didn't know what he did to fluke such amazing people. He would never be able to adequately express how grateful he was to know them.
Thank you, Thomas. You have no idea how much you and Mary mean to me.
I'm glad to hear it. We're always here if you need us. You know where we are, and if you need us, we're just a phone call away.
The hand moved from his shoulder to the top of his head before enthusiastically ruffling his hair. Micah laughed and attempted to escape the hand, but it was no use.
Can I help finish close up? I feel terrible for keeping you here so late with my problems.
It's all good, Mai. You run on home and get yourself sorted. I'd wager you have an experience waiting for you tomorrow.
Right. Well, thank you, Thomas, for everything.
Good night, Micah.
Night.
Oh, that's one hell of a transition. Just boom, bed. As Micah collapsed on his bed, he pulled out his phone and stared at the screen. Still no reply from Leon. Absolutely nothing. Micah sighed and dropped his phone back down on the bed next to him. He hadn't had a return of the nightmare from the previous night, but maybe that was just his pure exhaustion and lack of ghost stories? He really shouldn't read ghost stories. He knew how anxious they made him, but he loved the history and lore behind them so much. He didn't know why ghosts in particular made him so nervous. He had never had a reason to be afraid of them. That he remembered, anyway. He had done all he could for now. Tomorrow would be interesting. What would he find? Four. 4:30. 5. So early.
It's still dark.
Regretting the decision to start the day early, he dragged himself out of bed into the bathroom. He showered slowly, enjoying the feeling of the warm water falling around him after he dressed and sipped at his coffee. Should be punctuation there. 5:30. It didn't take long for the sun to rise, and by the time he had prepared for his journey, it was already bright outside. On the table was a map he'd laid out earlier. He double-checked it, carefully looking at the location he'd decided on. He'd already armed himself with a few things that might come in handy. A map, a flashlight, assorted snacks, water, a power bank. He was prepared, he thought, for what he might find out there. He planned to only spend the day searching, but it couldn't hurt to have a few provisions on hand in case there was nothing around. Plus, he only had his bike, and who knew how long it would take to get out there on a push bike. Why didn't I buy a car instead? He'd decided to take a paper map with him too. He found it buried deep in his drawer, a remnant of the time before you could just check a map on your phone. I'm surprised they still make these things. Who uses them? Oh, that is a thought. I tested this so much and there's still things. Oh my goodness. I know it's so old. It's embarrassing. It's going to be so good when this is updated. So good. By how difficult this place was to find, Micah thought it would be best to prepare for bad or no reception. Locking the door behind him, Micah sat on his bike contemplating. This was a good idea, right? What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words. He needed answers, and this building seemed to hold them. I just wish Leon would respond to my messages. What's gotten into him? I really like this background too. This was added a little bit later to everything. It's a bit of an odd one-off kind of thing that probably won't get much else use, but I really like it. It's one of the little things that is a big purchase, but I didn't like the using like the stock in that spot. I try and avoid stock if I can. Moonflower has quite a bit of it, but sometimes it can't be avoided. But I love backgrounds so much. I think it's the unique things to games that draws me to them so much. And as a developer, I want to design. I want to design all the things, and I'm terrible at designing things like backgrounds. They're so hard to design. I'd love to do more rooms for the inn, but we did have a tier on Kickstarter, but backgrounds are hard, so no one wanted them. Wow. I've thought about opening them again for like future exploration within the routes, but they didn't go well the first time, so probably won't again. 2 hours by bike. He was grateful for the foresight to bring water with him. The further away from the city he got, the more spread out the buildings became. He expected sweeping farmlands or something, but instead the tree lines just got closer and denser the further he went out. The city didn't have nearly this much greenery. He had never been out this way before. He wondered why. It was still a city, but greener. The buildings older. He liked it a lot. It looked different, yes, but more than that, It felt different. It felt like it had a soul of its own. Time seemed to pass quicker with the scenery. He took notes of the buildings close to his location, just in case he needed to come back here for anything. A convenience store, a clinic, a park. There was even a small primary school. Hey. That got left Australianized. I guess that would be elementary school? Nostalgic buildings and places. The area felt quaint and pleasant. Before long, he rode through the outskirts and and stopped at a rocky pathway, checking his map to confirm his location. This was it. The Magnus Inn. He quickly hopped off his bike and placed it to the side of the path. Continuing along the path, Micah found himself surrounded by a thick, dense fog. He frowned through it, trying to see where he was going. As he stopped, he noticed he was once again standing next to his bike, as if he hadn't started walking at all. What? Did I get turned around in the fog? A sudden shriek ripped through the fog, making every hair on Micah's body stand on end, and goosebumps erupt across his skin. Please don't be ghosts. Please don't be ghosts. He took a deep breath and took another step forward, and another, and another. He could feel the fog clinging to his body as he passed through it, dense and thick. He wondered if Leon had gone through this too. How? His foot hit something and he froze. Slowly looking down, he saw his bike just where he'd left it.
Again? How?
It's like every time he moved forward, the fog took him back to the start again. Hey, start again. Our stream tomorrow from 2.5 Studios. He was beginning to feel frustrated. He still didn't know what that shriek was earlier either. Maybe it was just a bird. A really, really creepy bird. Maybe he didn't want to know. He closed his eyes and tried to steady his pounding heartbeat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He hadn't hit his bike again like last time. Maybe this was working. Maybe now he'd find his way through the fog. On his 4th step, he started to hear the gentle trickle of water, something he hadn't heard before. And then his foot hit something hard. But this time it didn't feel like his bike. He dared to open his eyes. Stairs.
Huh. I guess that worked.
He attempted to peer through the slightly thinning fog to see where the stairs could be leading to. His attention, however, fell firmly on the foot of what could only be a tree. A cat sitting majestically on the top step, expertly carved. It almost looked alive.
Cats, huh? I like this place already. This can't be half as bad as Leon made it out to be.
He gently touched the statue, a nervous laugh escaping his throat. Cats he could deal with. But what if they're ghost cats? He shook his head, getting that stupid thought out of his head. He turned his attention back to the statue. It felt slightly warm.
Interesting. Are you some kind of shrine kitty? The guardian of the entrance, maybe? You're doing a great job keeping it hidden. Trust me.
His mind was racing. He loved this kind of thing, but he had almost forgotten why he was even here, or his fear of the mysterious fog and his eagerness to explore more. One thing he had always loved was history, and this place looked to have loads of it. What was this fog? What was this cat? Where does the river go? What's beyond the river? Question after question raced through Micah's mind. His apprehension had somehow turned into excitement. He rubbed his chin and thought,
If you're a shrine marker or guardian, maybe you need some kind of offering.
but what? Do I have anything I could offer? Micah felt his pockets. What did he bring? His hand landed on the sketchbook he always carried with him. I wonder if this could work. He sat down on the step in front of the little statue and analysed the figure meticulously. It's been a while since I drew something like this. Line after careful line. A tiny image of a cat formed under his pen strokes. He smiled to himself.
Hey, it's cute. What do you think, kitty?
This would be another moment that I think would be cool to have, like a little pop-up thing of Micah's actual little drawing. There's just you see just all the extra little things that it's just all the little things that I want to do that would like, it's fine without it, but would totally make it better if I had it. And this is where things like Patreon and merch purchases and Ko-fi and Moonflower sales all come into it, and that things that weren't funded for, that weren't in that very specific, this is what we're gonna do, that I can still add them. He turned the book around to show the statue. Why am I talking to it? I probably sound crazy right now. At least no one else seems to be around.
What do you think? Will this suffice for an offering to the great cat shrine?
He smiled as he carefully tore the page out of his little book, folded it neatly, and sat it under the vase that was next to the cat. I didn't notice until now, but does someone frequent here? The flowers look fresh, unless they're fake. Micah leapt to his feet as a sound echoed around him. His eyes widened as he watched the fog clear before his very eyes.
No way. Did that actually work?
It's just so pretty. I'm not sure where this bridge actually goes. It looks like it looks like the bridge heads you straight into the lake, but I elect to ignore that. An enormous building sat nestled in a sea of green, and a bamboo bridge led across the stream to the opening in front of the building. It was a breathtaking sight. He felt like he was in another world. Like stepping into a fairy tale. Oh, you have no idea, baby boy. Leon said the building didn't like him, but once the fog passed, he felt something incredibly inviting. The bell again. Closer this time.
Where is that coming from?
He took one last glance at the figure of the cat. He honestly found it very cool. It was rare to see things like this now. Most places like this had been bulldozed to make way for more modern facilities. He brought his attention back to the bridge. He was surprised to find a sleek black feline sitting in the middle. Its keen eyes watched him curiously.
Oh, hello there.
He slowly knelt on the step, careful not to frighten it.
Are you the one with the bell?
Slowly, Micah Mike has stretched out his hand to get close to the animal, careful not to frighten it.
It's okay. I won't hurt you. I promise.
Just gonna cuddle you.
I just want to pat you.
Please let me pet you. Creeping ever closer, the female. Wow, we're close to the end of the demo. And my words are starting to be difficult. Creeping ever closer, the feline was finally close enough to touch.
Here, kitty. That's right. Over here.
His breath caught as the slow creep towards him ended in a final pounce. Joy spread through him as he scratched under the feline's chin.
Oh, such a good kitty. Yes, you are.
Enthusiasm was all that could describe the cat's response to him. It excitedly purred and affectionately headbutted him with, affectionately headbutted his hand every time it lifted from Micah's finger. Wow, that's certainly a sentence. Every time it lifted from Micah's fingers, left its silky. I think I might have changed my thoughts somewhere in the end of that sentence. Some things make sense in your head, and then when you read them aloud, you're like, nah. I love cats. I never expected to find one so friendly all the way out in a place like this. Maybe this is my lucky day after all.
You're so pretty, but I bet you know that. Oh, so it's not you?
Then what? Who? The chime of the bell sounded like it was surrounding him, close yet impossibly distant. The kind of sound that could be a threat, and yet he felt no malice, no force of any kind. Instead, it sounded annoyed?
Hey, where'd you go?
Damn, the bell must have scared it off. He stood from his kneeling position, brushing off his pants.
I wonder where it went.
He was kinda disappointed it ran away, honestly.
No wonder Leon felt unwelcome here. With cats guarding the place, it's misery central for him.
He checked his phone out of habit, but wasn't surprised. No signal. Yeah, thought as much. Carefully, he took gentle steps across the bridge, watching the slow flow of the river below him. As he approached the building, he was surprised to find it looked ever more beautiful from close. From close. He wondered just how big it really was. From the outside, it seemed rather large. Again. It sounded like it was directly in front of him now. Was it trying to lead him somewhere? He stood at the doorway, biting his lip as he thought what to do. Is it dangerous? Maybe, but I've come all this way already. But was he sure? Whatever was behind these doors might change his life forever. I sure hope so. Back away, or go inside. I might also add some extra choices, because when we first brought this out, well, I use we a lot when it's mostly just me, but when it first came out, still wasn't quite sure if Solus was going to be a love interest or not, so there's not really many choices that actually represent him yet. So I might go through and edit some of the choices as well. There's There's a lot of things that I really want to do with this. We're gonna go inside. He took a deep breath. Ghost cats or not, no chickening out now. He took a step forward.
All right, let's do this. This is what I came here for.
He reached forward to knock on the door.
Hello? Is anyone home?
I don't think anyone lives here, but the cat looked well looked after, and there was that flower in the vase. So, someone must come here, right? It would be impolite not to knock. The door before him swung open.
Okay? Oh god, please don't tell me you're some kind of ghost cat and I'm about to get eaten. That is not the way I want to go, as much as I like cats.
He felt sick. He squeezed his eyes shut as he braced himself. Of all things, taken out by a ghost cat.
Huh?
Meow? A large black cat sat proudly on the doorway. Its tail flicking happily side to side. Its large purple eyes looked at him expectantly. Micah felt all the tension in his body release at once, falling to his knees laughing.
You scared me half to death, you silly cat.
The cat strutted over towards him, stepping up onto his lap and licking him on the forehead. This was a familiar sensation.
You know, you look like a cat I met in a dream once.
Staring into the large purple eyes, he ran his fingers down the spine of the creature. He's gonna be so embarrassed when he finds out what petting the spine of this cat means. Its fur so soft it felt like it was made of cloud.
Can I come in?
It jumped down off his lap and walked back inside the building. Stopping to look back at him as if waiting for him to follow.
You want me to follow you?
I'm gonna take that as a yes. He rose to his feet and followed after the feline. He heard the door close behind him and was plunged into darkness.
Damn, it's dark in here. I can't see a thing.
No light greeted him on the other side of the doorway. He walked gingerly down the hallway for what seemed like an eternity, bathed in darkness. It twisted and turned, all while trying to make sure he could still hear the little soft patting of the cat paws in front of him.
Where are you leading me?
I'm so happy by the little cat sounds. This is actually a voice pack that I did that's available on my my itch.io page of 4 different voice actresses who I paid to meow for me. It's not weird words at all. So I actually, like, in a kind of quote unquote unrelated project, I decided that it would be fun to do like a sound pack, because I'm also as well as needing sounds all the time and having a running theme of cats throughout my project. I'm also an audio engineer, so sound effects is something that I like obsessively collect. I've got like 15 gigabytes just on one hard drive of just sound effects. But that's available for purchase. It's like a couple of bucks, I think. I can't remember how much I made it. But it's really good for devs who need more of like a like less of an actual like real cat sound, or needing something in more of a specific emotion. They're very, very talented people as well, so it's super fun to get them to work on something so silly like cat sounds. Why am I asking questions of a cat? It's not like I understand it. It does seem to understand me, though. It responds every time.
I know it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but it almost feels like you understand what I'm saying.
Of course it does. They always do. They just choose to ignore you. That doesn't really help. He smiled suspiciously at the cat, deciding to test his theory. And just as he opened his mouth to, the hallway ended. In its place, a blinding bright opening of the room beyond. He shielded his eyes as he stepped into the new room. It seemed to glow with intensity, so bright after that long dark corridor. Squinting around the room, he saw the cat he followed casually stride towards a large pond in the middle of the room and jump up onto a rock before settling down to watch him from its perch.
Oh, wow. What is this place?
This is one of my favorite backgrounds. I love this room. A pond in the middle of the room, a reception desk, and whatever that is on the wall. Please pay attention to this cat in particular, because it shows up so much, and I have not directed a single one of them. There is like, I would make a competition for finding all the little cat effigies throughout the game, but even I don't know how many there are. My background artist absolutely understood his assignment, because every time I get a background, there's a new hidden cat in it, and it makes me laugh so hard. I haven't said put cats in these things, but because it's a cat in, it's just it's so fun. I love that collaboration, that someone else can take my ideas, not only make them real, but put their own spin on it, and it's two minds coming together on a creative thing that neither one really could have created on their own. And I think that's just incredibly amazing, and I am very fortunate to get to work with the people that I do. This place is something else.
I guess this place really loves cats, huh? Is that a yes?
Right, meow, of course. Everything in this room was spotless, perfectly preserved. Incredible.
Does someone live here? It's so clean, but I thought it was meant to be abandoned.
Oh?
What's that? No response, kitty?
I'm talking to a cat like it's a person. I'm not crazy.
There's
No,
so
it's
many
normal.
places you can go from
It's-
here.
It is totally normal to speak to animals like they understand you and like they're people, because I am willing to bet that they do understand you, at least in some way. And they just choose not to respond to you. Cats in particular. They listen to everything. They just choose not to.
This place is huge.
It's a little bit bigger on the inside.
Oh, now you respond?
Mikey yawned as he wandered around the room, inspecting the different elements. Oh geez, why am I so tired all of a sudden?
I guess I haven't exactly been well rested lately. How long do I even sleep for now? What?
The cat jumped down off its rock and bounced up the stairs, once again stopping to make sure Micah was following.
Alright, I guess I'll follow you then. You do seem to know your way around.
I love the difference between what my sketch of what my sketch of this was and what I got back. It's like the bad stick figure equivalent of a background to something absolutely spectacular. I want to be there. I want to sit on the steps and I want to I want to be there. He climbed the stairs after the cat, chasing after its dark shadow. The mural looked impossibly large from here. Cat got real big. But more than that, he felt like if he reached out and touched it, it would ripple like droplets in still water. He reached out, enthralled.
Hey, what the hell?
It attacked me! The hair was raised along the spine of the cat as its tail fluffed to a ridiculous degree. Okay, note to self, don't touch the picture.
Alright, I'm sorry. I won't touch it. Promise.
Can't touch this. The fur slowly flattened once more, and the threatening growl dulled. Micah rubbed his wrist. Damn. I've seen cats with quick reflexes before, but that was insane. It was only a small scratch, but I'll have to make sure it doesn't get infected or something. Who knows where this cat has been? Yeah, who knows? The cat continued up the stairs, back to normal. Another winding path later, and it finally came to a stop in front of an elaborately decorated sliding door.
You want it open? Alright then. I hope this doesn't belong to someone.
Maybe. Prepared this time for the potential of yet another blinding light, Micah made to shield his eyes as he cautiously slid the door open. But he didn't need to. This room was shrouded in darkness. As Micah followed, a delicate scent began to fill the space, and a tiny flickering light came to life from the middle of the room. Coupled with the moonlight streaming through the open side doors, it gave the room a hypnotic glow. Didn't expect this place to be so nice. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light of this room, he noticed the open doors to the side of the room. There's a garden? Are we outside now? Didn't we go upstairs? He's not even mentioning the fact that it's suddenly dark. I'm upset at my own script. The scent from earlier enveloped him. Despite having never been in this building before, let alone this room, he felt so comfortable. The longer he spent smelling that scent, the more relaxed he got.
The smell. Honey?
There's, my mother was doing, because my mother's taken over editing a little bit until I can get a proper editor in through to tear everything apart and help me redo it. She was going through the script, and there's one like where he sees Catboy for the first time, but he never mentions the fact that he's got ears and a tail. Like, he just that just kind of accepts and moves on. And it frustrated her so much that it became this like comical moment. So apparently this is something that I do. I change things and Mike is just like, yeah, okay. We're different now. He just takes things in his stride, you know? Don't overthink it. Just be cool, bro. Tearing his vision away from the glowing garden outside the room, he slowly made his way to the bed the cat now lounged on. He's just slowly going insane. This cat.
All right. Bossy little thing, aren't you?
Micah laughed. Talking to the cat had gone from bizarre to oddly comforting. His hand finally felt soft fabric. He sat down slowly, weary of the room he was in, even as he surrendered to its comfort.
Damn, this is comfy. You know, kitty, I just might never leave this place.
It sounded excited. That was a bit disconcerting. Lost in thought about the comfort of the bed, Micah jumped when a small tickle touched his scratched wrist. Whiskers.
Oh, it's just a little scratch. It's okay. It's my fault anyway.
I love the cat sound effects so much. It nudged his arm affectionately, purring loudly as it did so. Guess it feels bad, which is a ridiculous notion. Yeah, cats don't feel guilt. They are perfect creatures. Why would they feel guilt? Cats, the definition of gaslight. But wasn't today full of entirely ridiculous notions? So you think that moment right there, he's just gonna accept it. It's weird. It's getting weirder. Might as well just go with the flow. Micah yawned again, worn down from his travel.
Oh man, whatever's in that candle is making me so sleepy.
The cat offered no response but a gentle lick to his wound.
I guess it's probably fine if I just take a quick nap.
Famous last words. A quick nap. Yeah. Removing his shoes and jacket, he laid down. A soft pressure on his chest soon followed. He was barely able to finish discarding his articles of clothing before his eyes closed and he knew no more.
Heavy. What is that?
Get boy! A heavy pressure weighed down on Micah's entire body. A soft tickle on his neck. Kinda like a breath? Micah's eyes snapped open. It only took a few moments to see what was pinning him down. A man. A fully grown man. Face down, nuzzled into Micah's neck. One hand crept to the inside of Micah's shirt, well, no. And his legs curled around him. His breath tickled Micah's clavicle as he slept soundly, seemingly undisturbed by Micah's shock awakening. I don't know what I'm doing. Micah tried to move out from under him, desperate to escape without waking the man to avoid confrontation. His grip on him tightened. Hands hand sliding further up Micah's chest. The most shocking thing, however, came in addition to this movement. The man was completely naked. Panic and confusion gripped Micah.
What the fuck?
And here we are at 3 hours and 40 minutes. Our voice acting is done. We have a brand new line, never before seen. So we have just completed the demo of the in-between. And now, from this line forward, is all brand new stuff that's only been seen before by our beta backers on Patreon and Kickstarter. So I'm not sure how much longer I'll actually go or how much I'll get through this. I knew that this was going to be a long one to get to that. The demo itself is only like 16,000 words, but everything like quadruples in length once you start reading it out loud and making commentary. So I'll play through a little bit more of this. It's like starting to get over 90 degrees Fahrenheit in my room at the moment. So I've got 2 fans on. I'm really hoping that my broadcast is cutting down some of that noise from that, because otherwise I would literally be just like steaming. So it's getting quite difficult to exist in this space, but let's keep going for a little while and show you some of the new stuff. We will be doing an extended demo sometime soon, so keep an eye out for that, and we'll have some more announcements, obviously. So let's continue. Micah's mind raced as he tried to think of any way to get out of the situation. Wow, I've already screwed it up. Micah's mind raced as he tried to think of any way to get out from under this man without waking him. The last thing he wanted was to have to face this man awake. Just who is this guy? We've also got a new music piece here as well. No, we don't. We do not. Not yet. Every time Micah attempted to peel off the clinging grip the man had on him, it became tighter. He's a bit of an octopus. Is he awake and just messing with me? Micah slid sideways, as gently as possible, careful not to disturb the man too much. He really didn't want to wake him. Feeling the man's warm skin against him made him shiver. He looked so peaceful, like this is the most comfortable he has ever been. I almost feel bad disturbing him. Damn it, no. That's not what I should be thinking about right now. After what felt like hours, Micah finally managed to wriggle out from under the sleeping man. Only to hear the rustle of sheets behind him as he moved to collect his clothing. No, don't wake up now. Micah glanced back towards the bed carefully. He saw the man lazily lift his body and tuck his knees under him with drooped ears. So all of this from this point, obviously I still found some stuff in the demo bit, but all of this is completely unedited. So this is our work in progress. So there's probably going to be a lot that makes you go, what does that even mean? That is being worked on. It's going to be updated soon. I'm going to be getting the rest of my my common route out for beta backers, and then going back through everything to clean it up. It's gonna have to be line by line though, so you can see how long we've gone through already. Like just this little bit, like going through this line by line is going to be it's gonna be a mammoth undertaking, but it's always for the better, and the game will be better for it. It's always worth the effort. He saw the man lay. Oh wait. With a yawn, he rubbed his tired eyes as his tail loosely wrapped around his lower body. He seems none too pleased about being woken up, flicking his tail as he moved to face Micah. As the man yawned again, Micah took the opportunity to reattempt to retrieve his clothing. Roll for initiative. Like lightning, the man had hold of Micah's wrists and pulled him back towards him. So he just doesn't acknowledge the fact that he has ears and a tail. I mean, like, he's more focused on the fact that he's nude, and that's so hysterical to me that I think I'm actually not going to change it. Like, I think I'm just going to leave the fact that he's more accepting of the fact that he's got a tail than he is of the fact that he's a bit lewd. Where are you going? I'm so sad that we didn't get to voice the rest of this, because I want to hear Emra so badly. He sounded almost sad, staring back into Micah's eyes. He would have almost believed it if his sleepy voice didn't sound completely deliberate. He's oohing him. Oh, sleepy boy, so eepy. Is he flirting? Micah could feel his face heating up. Almost face to face with the man, one knee on the edge of the bed to brace himself, his vision filled with a deep purple... Yeah. It's like, wow, cats turn into people? Cool! And then, oh my god, it's naked. He likes cats that much that it's like a dream come true. He just needs pants. Almost face to face with the man, one knee on the edge of the bed to brace himself, his vision filled with a deep purple flecked with silver. I can see the color in his eyes. This is way too close. How did I get myself into this mess? I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone lived here. I thought it was empty. I really didn't mean to. He stuttered as he tried to free himself from the grip around his wrist, still hypnotized by those eyes. Look at that pout. I'm sorry about this. That painting can be very dangerous to humans. Micah froze, the situation going from awkward to downright bizarre. The sad look deepened on the man's face as he gently brushed his thumb over the scratch obtained during the previous night. It's okay, it's just a cat being a cat. They do that sometimes. No big deal. Just a cat? Interesting. You like cats? He flicked his tail and twitched his ears as he said this. Micah felt an increasingly ominous feeling that this man was dangerous. Not necessarily a danger, though. Micah didn't feel like he was going to hurt him, but still, he felt powerful. And his sultry voice while in that position, Micah couldn't help but notice how beautiful this man was. He was afraid to close his eyes, but that meant he had no choice but to stare at the naked man gripping his wrist. The man seemed to notice his gaze, a satisfied smirk replacing his sad pout. Enjoying the view? A voice like velvet and a teasing wink. Ugh. He grunted in displeasure as he tore his hand out of the other man's grip. This time, he was met with no resistance. An amused chuckle escaped the man's lips. I didn't expect you to be so easy to tease. How fun. Micah had about enough of this man. Who are you? Or who are you? Tell me something. Something? Like what kind of something? Oh, I know. I quite like blueberries. What? No. Your name. Who are you? Micah stared at the man, his curiosity winning out just slightly over his frustration. Who do you think I am? The smirk that covered his face only grew. Micah had never wanted to punch a stranger more than he did right now. He didn't seem like he was going to answer who he was. Micah sighed. Useless. I'm leaving now, so sorry whoever you are to have intruded. Aw, don't go. Micah didn't wait. He turned on his heel and almost ran out of the room. But he didn't get very far. This is another place that I think would be pretty cute to have some kind of like a little chibi or something in this tackle. Because this is hilarious in my mind. Like the imagery here is just peak comedy. Before he got to the door, something heavy leaped at him and landed squarely against his back. Wrapping their arms around him, they both landed on the floor in a heap. Ugh, what the hell? Why? You didn't answer me. What? Do you like cats? Ugh, that's what you tackled me for? For the love of God, please put some clothes on. No. No? What do you mean no? Ugh, they're awful. I hate them, so no. People should wear clothes. They really, really should. Micah stole a glance back at the mysterious man. Especially you. I'm not really like most people though, am I? There it was again. That flirtatious tone. A tone that sounded like he was about to eat Micah up. Yeah, about that. The man raised his eyes inquisitively, clearly expecting the next thing to come from Micah's mouth. Do you know what happened to that cat from outside? I wonder if I can find it again. It was really sweet. Outside? No. The man sighed dramatically. Ugh. And Micah couldn't help but feel a little bit proud. That was clearly not what he expected him to ask. As curious as he was about the ears and tail, he had had more than enough of this nonsense. He kind of mentions it. He's just super Like, he's just kind of blocking it from his mind at the moment. Right, well, I'm out. Nice to meet you and all that. Bye! Micah uses flee. He had managed to retrieve his shoes, however his jacket was sacrificed for his escape. Oh well, at least I got away from that weirdo. Nice going, Micah. Think you could have made that any more awkward? He really did want to know who that guy was, though. Fell asleep with a cat, woke up with a man. First time for everything, I suppose. Here's another one for the memory loss vault. He retraced his steps from the previous night, returning once again to the lavish hall. He gave a wide berth to the overwhelmingly large cat portrait. Dangerous to humans? I guess so. It did get me attacked last night. He absentmindedly rubbed the scratch on his wrist. This place was really beautiful, though. Micah knelt in front of the pond, catching sight of his reflection in the pristine water. He looked good. Not a single sign of his building exhaustion could be seen in the face staring back at him. Huh. Despite the craziness of what I woke up to, I slept pretty damn good. Better than he had in months, in fact. He honestly couldn't remember the last time he felt so rested. Shame about the wake up. Yeah, such a shame. I like, he complains about it, but he also keeps like kind of, you know, sneaky looking back at him, like he can't help himself but to look. He stood up from the pond. I wonder what time it is. My phone's still in my jacket. Sadly, the sprite doesn't reflect this, but he just... Not everything can. Unfortunately. Infinite time and budget and we'd have everything match, but... My artist suffers enough. With a full-time job and working on a game where we're doing our best. And I'm starving. Micah rubbed his forehead. His arm kind of makes me tired seeing it up like that all the time. I want him to put his arm down. He's gonna get shoulder pain. This is not how I saw this going at all. I figured I'd find an empty manor, snoop around, and find nothing but spiderwebs and antiques. Not whatever the hell this is. As much as he grumbled, he was simultaneously enthralled by the mystery and beauty of the building. Wary of running into his exhibitionist friend again, he decided to explore some more. Micah wandered around the room, inspecting the pond, the desk, listening for other sounds that might indicate his new friend may be around. Weird that it's basically an outdoor courtyard in the middle of a room. Though, you'd never guess from the outside. I wonder if there's a kitchen around here somewhere. Standing next to the pond once more, Micah picked another direction in which to explore. Upstairs to the left was where I slept, so it must be guest rooms. Maybe downstairs? If I had the additional in backgrounds of some different rooms and stuff, this would be like a kind of exploration choice where you could kind of actually pick where you wanted to go and what you wanted to look at, and you'd find a couple of different rooms depending on which direction you picked. That would be really fun, but the only way that would happen would be like custom tier ones that we had during the Kickstarter that we didn't move. The backer characters, however, they are super gorgeous, and I'm so excited to start writing for those. Deciding to check the downstairs area first, while also putting more distance between him and the room he fled, Micah decided on the archway to the right of the room. Each hallway was the same as the last, creating a never-ending labyrinth of passages, turns and dead ends. Coming to yet another passage lined with paper walls, Micah couldn't help but sigh. It's like it's confusing on purpose. He laid a hand against the wall. I've never seen designs like this, though. It's nothing like the rest of the city. And yet, it didn't look old. Everything about this building was in perfect condition. It felt established and ancient, but to look at it, it could have been recently built. It feels familiar somehow, like I've been here before. He was excited. Like a little kid on an adventure. Leon said this place was unfriendly, but the name stopped him in his tracks. Leon. Damn it. Where are you, man? Shaking his head to rid himself of his thoughts, he continued down the hallway. He spent several hours exploring the inn, room upon room, each one different to the last. One room reminded him of his own apartment. Another looked fit for royalty. Another still had a giant tree growing in the middle of the room. A cozy tree house nestled within its branches. Wasn't quite sure how that one was possible. Every so often, his intrigue was disturbed by the grumbling of his hungry stomach. I don't like this transition. I know what I was trying to do with it, but I couldn't really make it. I haven't really been able to kind of do what I exactly want to happen with it, though. So there's still, like, all of this is very much just kind of placeholders and experiments, and still very rough. Everything he had with him was still on that bedroom floor. Lamenting his lack of snacks, he decided to search in earnest for some kind of kitchen. Surely there would be food there. Someone does actually live here after all. Gonna go raid his pantry? Unless he eats people, I guess. Ignoring that particularly unpleasant thought, he continued down the hall he was in. Not only dozens of rooms, but also endless hallways. Jeez. What? How? Micah found himself standing once again in the reception courtyard. But I wasn't even walking in this direction. An amused chuckle drifted from the landing above him. What's this? A lost little lamb? This is the point where I have on my if we have time for. Because I desperately want this as a CG. But I also need to be careful when balancing the CGs to make sure that I don't favor one of them over the others. I need to kind of evenly distribute those CGs as much as I can. Although I am very bias towards Emrys. Send help. Yeah. At least he's not totally nude this time. A loosely draped robe hung over the man's shoulders as he casually leaned over the banister. One arm folded in front of him, his chin resting on his other hand. Damn, he looks so smug. Who is this guy? Sorry, no lambs here. Seems like you're not just an exhibitionist, but a little senile too. I do struggle with Leon a little bit because I do like Emrys and Solus so much. I find myself accidentally kind of he's the forgotten child. But hey, at least you figured out how to put something on. He smiled at the man. It wasn't like him to be so sarcastic to people, particularly ones he didn't know well, but there was just something about this guy that bugged him. Ah, you noticed. Hard not to. Yeah, it's difficult because I tried to balance out the two, you know, increasingly beefy studs with a bit of a soft boy, but it's the increasingly beefy studs that are the kind of physical types that I tend to gravitate towards in these kind of games, so he gets a little bit left out. He's also the only human as well, so it's more difficult to fit him into the story as well. I mean, he fits, but he's a little bit on the back foot. Despite his grumbled tone, it seemed the man had no trouble at all. I do really want to do more stuff with Thomas. I have this whole kind of lore around him which would make him fit as a love interest so perfectly, but it also works independently of it as well. But that's all linked very much to what kind of happens further into the story here, so none of that is something that I can, none of those ideas is something I can turn him into a vampire. Despite his grumbled tone, it seemed the man had no trouble at all hearing him. He seemed quite proud. I have a gift for you, little lamb. This can't be good. Before he could respond, the man hurled something down at him from the spot in the balcony. Responding too late, Micah was hit full force with... My jacket? You left this in my quarters, you know. You seem so obsessed with clothing, I thought you might want it back. God, I'm just... I was intending on doing some audio dramas on the Patreon. So there are actually there is actually an official cast for the ones who you'll probably never end up hearing. Life got in the way and the budget disappeared for that, but I'm so sad that we never got to hear Emrys. We ended up casting Michael Kovac. If you have played the Divine Speaker, he is Ilrin. He was also a character that I made for that as a backer character through their Kickstarter, and who is my firstborn son, my my pride. I love him so much. Emrys is actually very heavily inspired by the kind of personality of Ilrin. So it seemed right that they shared a voice. And then Solus was Darius, who was Nox in TDS. I swear I didn't just steal all their cast. I swear. I did hold open auditions, and it just happened that it was a lot of people that I already worked with. Because I loved them. They were great. But their auditions were so perfect that I'm just so sad that we never heard him, because it's just, especially in this kind of scene where he gets so teasy and smarmy, and it's just I am simping over my own characters. Not wasting a second, Micah buried his hand in his jacket pocket. Dead. Shit. We are, and that's a problem because I have not censored it, and that was too much for YouTube, so I'm gonna have to do something. It's no surprise. It hasn't been charged since yesterday morning. Micah looked up at the man, impatiently flicking his tail. Thank him. Or stay silent. It'd be rude not to thank him, right? Hey. Thanks, I guess, for giving it back. You're most welcome. His tail swished happily. Huh. He really is like a cat. His tail gives away how he's feeling. That's also something that I do with all my cat boys. All of them. There's 2. There will be more. I can guarantee you that. Is have those very cat traits, like the ears twitching, the little the whisker trembles, the tail flicking. They've all got some kind of cat thing. I don't know when I decided within the writing of making Emrys roll his R's, but occasionally you'll see him do the kind of, especially if he says perfect, and it's something that I actually have to stop myself from doing in real life, just doing the perfect when I'm just writing on Discord or something like that. I always want to spell it with the U. And that's because I do that with my cat boys. I do the perfect. Kind of cute. Why do you look so disappointed with my gift? Disappointed? Do I? What was in that? What was in it that displeased you so? Oh, right. He saw that. It's nothing, just... He looked back down to the dead phone in his hand. That thing? What is it? Huh? It's a phone. That tiny thing? You should throw it away. Emrys's idea of a phone is the old rotary that you've got to dial a big wheel, pull down the lever, you've got one cylinder to talk in and one that goes in your ear. Rotary. What is with this guy? No, I think I'll keep it, thanks. Why keep something that causes you such an unhappy face? It's not... Does he really not know what a phone is? Look, just drop it, okay? I'm not taking advice on my possessions from a random guy I just met. No, I would sing that, but I don't want to get the content claim. I think I do have a video covering that song with that I covered with in June's karaoke series. I want to do more duets with people. It's so much fun. And who won't even give me his name? Well, whatever. I've been able to hear your stomach growling all morning. It's growing quite tiresome. Come, let me show you to the kitchen. No doubt you were looking for it? Silence. Decline. Accept. We gonna accept. Micah could feel the hunger gnawing at his stomach even as he sat there listening to the offer. Somehow it seemed to make him more hungry. Fine. Show me the way, oh mysterious one. Ha! His tail twitched. As frustrating as it was to ask this weirdo for help, it couldn't hurt to have a guide around this crazy place, right? He sighed and clutched his jacket to his chest as he attempted to muster the energy to get back up again. The man was already making his way down the stairs. Wait. 4? The smirk on his face made Micah's muscles tense. He felt like he had lost a battle for some reason. This smug asshole. Tell me your name. Through gritted teeth, Micah squeezed out a last word. Please. He felt like a small child being forced by his parents to play with a kid at the park he didn't like. You didn't answer me before. Answer you? I asked you who you think I am. I think you're a pain in the ass is who I think you are. But in fairness, my lost little lamb, you also haven't told me who you are. Shit, he has a point. But I feel our situations are a little different here. Oh, my name is But that's okay. I know who you are already, my dearest Micah. Micah froze. He knows me? How? Why? Who is he? In Micah's shock, he didn't avoid the man as he came face to face with him, his long fingers lightly touching his chin. Emrys. A whisper so soft and light he barely heard it. A barely audible sigh of a voice, and yet filled with a powerful presence. This was a name not given lightly, despite how gently it was delivered. All Micah could do was stare, transfixed by that voice. He had never met this man before, so why did he feel such a strong connection to a name just whispered to him? His mind focusing so hard on what this name was, all else seemed to melt away around him, including the man himself. Waving a hand in front of Micah's face, he chuckled. Now you see why I wouldn't tell you my name? Come along now, my stunned little lamb. Nourishment awaits. The prospect of food overcame all Micah's shock and he snapped back to awareness. Right. Micah tried to make note of the path taken to get to the kitchen, but to his frustration, he had already been this exact way and found nothing but a weird rock in the corner of an otherwise empty room. Micah frowned. Hey. What's the deal here? What do you mean? He knows exactly what I mean. This place, does it... Never mind, it's stupid. Micah sighed. Can't be. Did you get lost in here, little lamb? Would you stop that already? This time it was Emerus's turn to freeze in shock. Stop what? The little lamb thing. It's Micah, okay? Micah sighed and walked on ahead. He hadn't seen this hallway, despite being in this part of the inn not moments before. He didn't know where he was going, or why he was so upset by such an innocent nickname. Micah, there's also a spot around here that will get you an Emerus point of view as well if he has the right points. Do you know where you're going? If you're not careful, you'll get lost again. Micah stopped and turned back around to face him. This place is weird. I came down this way earlier. I don't get it. Ah, well, I suppose you might have. Oh. Come, the kitchen is right through these doors. This is an Emerus line that I have missed tagging. Nice. I haven't really gone through much of this actually. Tested, it's very rough. Oh, wait a minute. He gestured ahead of him at a large wooden door. A large wooden frame with an elaborate wooden paneled door. Whoa. Well, that's different. I like how it just kind of appears behind Micah as he's talking to Emerus and he doesn't even notice it's just appeared. After you. He bowed slightly as he motioned towards the door. Now he's acting like a butler. He's finally called me by my name, too. Second time. That was weird. That was nice. Is it weird? Or is it nice? That's Emerus Simp. He deserves it. Hearing him say my name, I didn't expect it, but it felt really warm. Micah sighed. The sky made no sense. No, screw that. This whole place made no sense. And yet, he was enthralled. Completely, utterly enthralled. He wanted to see more. To explore. To discover what made this place work. Hallways that change. It shouldn't be possible. And yet, he reached out, excited to see what lay behind these doors. Emerus pushed open the large, heavy doors and stood to the side as Micah entered. Although quiet now, he was carefully watching how Micah reacted to this new room. Whoa. Emerus smiled. Good. Micah had almost forgotten about his feline-featured host. Wonder spiking at his mind as he took in all this room had to offer. It's modern. Why is this room so different from the rest? After our decorating secrets? I don't know. Our designer is pretty exclusive. He chuckled and Micah shot him an exasperated glance. Well, it is an interesting choice, that's for sure. He waited. Emrys simply smiled. His arms folded casually in front of his chest. To think, my cat guide here was more helpful at answering questions. I wonder if there are any more cats around. I haven't seen any inside since last night. Emrys flicked his tail. He gets so jealous about other cats. He gets jealous of his own form. He looked amused and slightly annoyed. Wonder what his problem is. Micah was about to ask when Emrys, that's an awful sound. Emrys let out a Emrys let out a hearty laugh as Micah looked down at his own stomach, seeming surprised at the noise it just made. If you're finished exploring the kitchen, perhaps it's time to eat. Now, food. What shall it be? Wait, you're going to make it? Why not? Is there some kind of a problem? Micah stared at him like he had suddenly grown... Well, he already had a tail. I just wouldn't have expected it. You like cooking? I do. Very much so. Micah's excitement faded quickly, however, as he watched Emrys walk to a hook with an apron hanging from it and remove the robe which already covered precious little. His excitement faded, but chat is increasing. What are you doing? Okay, so you're gonna lose access. You're gonna lose sight of the text here because where's my how do I need to unlock it. So we're gonna do this because otherwise, here we go. I think this isn't the right place. I was gonna edit this specifically for the stream, but I didn't, and now I'm gonna be on the YouTube watch list. Did you forget already? I'm going to cook. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Why are you stripping? As he hung his robe on a hook next to the other, he turned to his side to look at Micah. I do not like cooking in that thing. He's pouting. What do you have against clothing? What is there to like about it? Constrictive? Annoying? Oh, I just absolutely hate it. Way too cheerful about that. But... whatever. Do whatever you want. I'm so exhausted. He sighed and slumped down in in a chair opposite the counter, rubbing his temples. Emrys took the apron off the hook and looped it around his body lazily. Emrys flashed a particularly toothy grin, a sparkle in his eyes. I wonder what it's like to have fangs like that. See? Nothing to get so riled up about. I am fully covered. That painting made me nervous. Wouldn't it make more sense to put that over the robe? Let me hide the bard view for a moment. 2 layers of clothing? Horrific. An apron isn't really clothing. Besides, your backside is hanging out now. Better than his front though, I guess. You got little snaggle teeths. You worry too much. Besides, I can dress however I want in my own kitchen, can I not? But, you're too much. I've only just met you and already I've seen too much of you. Quite literally, in fact. Emrys set to work, tail swishing happily as he bounced from place to place around the kitchen. Despite Micah's disapproval of his attire, he did look like he was enjoying himself. He looks really happy. Smelling really good too. Smells really good. Why, thank you. But it's a simple dish, really. Emrys placed the finished dish in front of Micah. Okay. Where? Yeah. Come back, bud. And we can get rid of Chap. We can get rid of my Chap block now. Overwhelmed with the delicious smell and mouth-watering appearance, he's totally talking about the food. Micah wasted no time devouring the meal in front of him. Good to see you still like them. Micah didn't hear his low mumblings, and right now didn't really care, not in the slightest. Every ounce of Micah's attention was taken by the fluffy pancakes in front of him, loaded with berries, drizzled in syrup. He was in heaven. Emrys stood proudly watching him eat his food, tail swishing happily. Seeing flickering out of the corner of his vision, Micah looked up at the expectant face of the excited Catman. He's like an excited puppy. Dog? He collapsed dramatically to the ground, a look of horror stuck to his face. Oh, whoops. I guess I said that out loud. Whoa, are you okay? Micah shot up from his seat and rushed to the other side of the bench. Emrys was on his knees. One hand clutching the edge of the bench, the other clasped to his chest. Dog! Wow. Talk about melodramatic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Kinda just slipped out. You think I'm a dog? He looked at Micah with tear-filled eyes, seemingly desperate for Micah to correct his statement. Sheesh. He really is like a dog, though. A sudden mischievous came over Micah. I do still owe him for that little lamb comment. Wait, are you not? I just thought the way your tail reacts to everything, its shape, your general personality, it's just kind of wolfish, you know? You just looked so excited then, though. Had those real puppy dog eyes. Again, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. A grown man being mistaken for a dog and having a breakdown on the kitchen floor. Another one for the "what the hell is going on here" file. Emrys rose to his feet, shakily removing the apron he was wearing. Dropping it to the ground, he clumsily stumbled past Micah. Micah folded his arms and looked at him, utterly confused. Where are you going? No answer. Wow. I guess he's really upset. Did I overdo it? Alone in the kitchen, Micah looked at the meal he had just finished. Damn, now I feel like a complete asshole. Guess I'll clean up. Stacking the plate and cutlery, along with the cookware used to make it in the sink, he proceeded to wash the dishes. This place really is weird. This room is kinda modern. I wonder where this stuff goes. Ugh. A small black cat sat next to a cabinet, licking its paw casually. In there? Alright, thanks. Putting the newly cleaned dishes away, he turned back to his mysterious feline friend. Oh, it's you from the bridge yesterday. It meowed happily as he leant down to scratch it under the chin, purring loudly. What is this place, kitty? And who is that guy? Why is that guy? The cat seemed to shrink like it was suddenly in trouble. Are you scared of him? Micah smiled at the cat as he scooped it up off the ground and stood. Snuggled comfortably. Maybe. Valley girl. Like, oh my god. Yeah. I think you should record that and post it because I want to know what Valley Girl meows sound like. Suddenly, snuggled comfortably in his arms, the loud purring vibrated through Micah's chest. Nothing beats a snuggly purring cat. Micah wandered out of the kitchen, the cat still bundled up in his arms. He's hoping these hallways don't move again. I came through here for answers, but so far I've just got more questions. Suddenly, the cat leapt from his arms. Wait, come back! Feline dashed down a different hallway, then waited. Down another hallway, then waited. Yet another hallway. Where are you going? The feline didn't stop, disappearing into the darkness ahead. Not so fast. Micah met a sudden, forceful stop. Look at there again. Ouch. What was that? A wall? Did I just run headfirst into a wall? Seconds passed into minutes as Micah regained his composure, his head drumming from the unexpected collision. Oh, right, I forgot I did that. My placeholder cat, I forgot I did that. I used the amethyst-eyed cat as a base and made an attempt to make a sprite for the other Little kitty. It's not very good. Better than most things I've done though. Like, only because it's traced though. I will get a proper one eventually. Eventually. It is in the 3rd list of things. The muffled mews reached him from the other side of the blockage. Other side? Ooh. So right now in the beta, most of our CGs are just sketches, aside from that Emrys one. So this is a little look about how things can change and what they go from. Laying a hand on the surface of the wall, it felt as solid as one would expect a wall to feel. There must be a gap somewhere. This CG is really beautiful. Finished though. It just hasn't gone in the beta yet. The cat just ran straight through. He could find no such entrance. As far as he could tell, the feline really did run straight through a solid wall. Did I wake up in a funhouse? Am I being pranked? Sure feels like it. Micah stared at the wall in front of him, unsure how to proceed. Frustration welled up in him. So much had happened since he got here. So much he didn't understand. Ooh, here we have a new song. He rested his forehead against the wall, blocking him from passing. Why did the cat go through and not him? The question consumed him. This song was also intended on having lyrics to it. We do have the lyrics, it just... The key that the song was made in just didn't end up suiting the vocalist, which is aka me. It's just a little too far out of my range. I need to get it. Some work that needs to be done to be able to actually put my voice to this. But it was going to be a really, really cool song. He didn't understand anything here. It was like the buildings itself was just making fun of him. Maybe. Maybe it is. The cool wall ahead... Yep. That's totally words in the right order. Still and silent in its disregard for his distress. Please. I need to know. Why am I here? What even is here? Who were they? Slamming his fists into the wall next to him, his eyes shut tight, an anguished expression distorted his typically calm features. Yeah, no, that's a real problem. It's not necessary. It's not. I say dyslexia because it's easier, but it's more my depth perception. It will kind of switch out where things are meant to be and almost like flip things in their sequences, and like it's almost like a, rather than dyslexia, it's like a parallax error. I can't really tell where things are in their actual sequence. Visual novels have actually been something that have helped me with that, and doing streams or recording in general to reading out loud is something that's helping to force my brain to actually read each word properly. And it's still a struggle, obviously, but it has been helping a lot with my actual kind of reading in general, because it is so hard for me to see where words actually are within their structure, because it word salads it all the time. But it happens in my writing a lot. You'll find that combine like collides with my ADD, and things just kind of end up bits of thoughts and 4 different sentences all in one. Which is where my editor comes in and suffers immensely, because they then have to decipher what it is that I've written. It's not super bad, it's just can be a bit chaotic sometimes. Slamming his fist into the wall next to him, his eyes shut tight, an anguished expression distorted his typically calm features. Warm? His red hair... The redhead ran his hands across the surface of the wall once more, excited and frustrated in equal measures. It wasn't warm before. He stepped back, touching his forehead. My head feels fine, apart from the lump I'm gonna get. He took another step back, assessing his surroundings. Okay, Micah, you can do this. It's just another weird thing in this house to solve. Can't say I've ever been tested by a house before. Gods, this place is definitely haunted. The very thought made him want to cry. A shiver traversing his spine. He closed his eyes. He needed to think. What am I not seeing? His mind drifted to the difference between exploring himself and being guided here. I wonder if Leon also got stone walls coming in here. He thought his wall pun was pretty clever, until he felt the wall itself lose some of the heat it had been emitting. Whoa, what? House has no sense of humor. To be fair, houses shouldn't have any sense of humor. They're a house. Micah placed his hand on the wall once more. Okay. Let's try something crazy. You know, I'm beginning to think you don't like me. This is the second time you stopped me going somewhere. Am I really not welcome here? I'll leave, I promise. He rested his head against the wall once more. Please, whatever you are, please just let me through. Gritting his teeth, he leaned forward more heavily, his forehead driven into the wall so hard he was sure it would bruise. Every inch of his body tremored. He knew there was something important behind this wall. There had to be. Once again, he was being prevented from discovering anything. Fist-balled, he waited. Micah's nose twitched. What is that? Honey? Oh no. The distraction of the scent, alarming him, filling his senses. It's coming from the wall? Oh no! I forgot about this. These are just random things. A shimmer in front of his eyes, and the wall slowly vanished. It's something that I need. Right now, those choices don't have a specific text to them, but they will. I just hadn't actually I had the options there were kind of just put in randomly because I needed something, but I kind of like them now. It's just some random password off the top of his head. I was trying to think of something clever, but then I'm like, you would just spout some random first word that comes to your mind if you're trying to discover some sort of like random password, like Open Sesame kind of thing is one of them. I wonder who Emrys Smells aligns with. And there's possibly in this same sequence going to be an extra like point of view switch for someone a little bit secret. I haven't put that in yet though. Still kind of trying to figure out how it fits properly. A door? Yeah, so this will be expanded with those passwords and everything going into like an actual extended release. Micah inspected the new appearance. It looked the same as the one that led into the kitchen, but oh no, please don't lead me back to the kitchen. He took a deep breath and pushed the doors open. As the door swung open, a very different scene was revealed to Micah. And I think that is where I'm going to leave it for today. I'm so excited to have gotten to show you all a bit more of the in-between. It's been publicly pretty silent while we work on things in the background, so in honor of Storytellers, I thought, why not show a bit? So all of this that you've just seen will be part of the extended demo. There's also a lot more of it to come. Once it's, you know, cleaned up, polished, CG's in, there's still a lot to go with it, but it's definitely getting there. Games are a long process, and I'm also kind of a perfectionist, so it's hard for me to just leave things alone once I've kind of got them. But I don't have Storytellers linked because when I did this, I didn't have a link. But I will add Storytellers link to the video description. Go check out the event. There's over 200. Proper rest. No. There's over 200 games within Storytellers. There's different there's discounts, and there's all kinds of new releases and new things to play. It's an amazing event. Hosted by my good friends 2.5 Studios. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Sydney time, I will be playing Start Again from 2.5 Studios, which is their, what was it? I think it was their Nano Nano Jam, which they made in a month, and I'm still amazed that they managed to do that in a month. It's so cool. I'm so excited to play that. So if you'd like to see me play more games, tune in tomorrow for Start Again. We'll see how, I'm not quite sure how long that was. We almost got all the way through Amelie, and then I wasn't sure how to keep going with the endings. So we'll have more of that in the future at some point. But yeah, join tomorrow for Start Again. And thank you so much for joining for this beta play of the in-between. We've got some fun new stuff that we got to show. Emrys almost got me in trouble with YouTube, as he does. So keep an eye out for more announcements. If you'd like to play through this on your own and see what more we've got, please consider checking out my Patreon. All of that is linked in the description. I also have a Ko-fi, and any support helps me keep doing this and make more content, add more things, and I appreciate absolutely everything. Even just a share on Twitter is hugely helpful. So, thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow.